Is this a working class budget? I think a job is cheap whip.
I mean, I can hang around until.
Thank you for that.
All right.
Much appreciated.
All right.
Is there any extra cash for schools? Is this a working class budget? Are you making the middle classes pay?
Anything I'll probably do is... So what do you want to start?
I appreciate you being around. Is this enough to keep Wales voting Labour? Is Cardiff Bay happy?
Yes, correct.
Good morning.
Is this a working class budget? Enough to save Starmer?
Yeah, both together. In addition to...
Everyone to stay at home.
Is this enough to save Labour?
I'm sorry. Go again. I will treasure them all. Yeah, go on. Yes.
On the Bradford stuff, what is she doing?
She's speaking to ordinary people.
Alright, so is it just a throw?
So definitely a throw. And I think the focus is on
how do I-
what do people want. She's our business correspondent.
Assessing what people want.
What people want from the project, yeah. She's speaking to people all morning.
So it's not just Joe Public, it's sort of it's sort of opinion formers in Bradford and that sort of stuff.
She's done a bit of that and a bit of, I think she's out and about somewhere. She's done a bit of you, sort of question.
No, I'm just doing that, actually.
Are you making the middle classes pay? Is this a budget for voters or MPs? Is the cabinet behind this?
I can't see them as yet, but yes, I've had a quick look at them. Yep. Yeah, talking. What's that? Yeah. Okay.
Are you shouting at that?
Right.
What are you shouting? Is it make or break? Save star. Nice. Nice alliterative vibes there. See what you're doing. Nice.
Morning, sir. Is this a working class budget?
Won't be long to wait now.
Do you want to add the independent person?
Yeah.
Go around this way.
Is this a budget for MPs or voters?
Do you want me to put this mic on now? Yes, please. Oh, I see, okay.
Will this budget save Starmer? Are you making the middle classes pay?
Very well, thank you. George? Yeah. You put that in my back. Don't you like Okay. Yeah, that's the one.
Is the welfare bill being cut? You make the middle classes pay for this?
Live from Downing Street, I'm Christian Fraser. Can we just have a quick run through? Live from Downing Street, I'm Christian Fraser. This is... Who's on auto cue?
Right.
Well, that's the first question.
Is that because you'd have to stand and pretend to look interested?
Our energy bill is going to get cut. Middle class is paying for this.
Can we just check that this was right? Naomi, are you? Can you scroll up and down? Yeah, it works. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. Can you just have a quick run through and make sure this all works? Live. Okay.
Yeah, I'll talk
Live
about
from Downing Street, I'm Christian Fraser. This is the economy. The cabinet meeting is underway here in Downing Street ahead of Rachel. That's really slow.
Yeah, I will talk at this level, maybe this level if I get to see.
The cabinet meeting is underway here in the... Yep.
So stop it.
He's got to mix it. We're mixing it here. Yep. Alright, yeah, they were just testing guest line. Okay. Okay. How are you guys? Live from Downing. Alright. Live from Downing Street, I'm Christian Fraser. This is BBC News. The cabinet meeting is underway here in Downing Street ahead of Rachel Reeves' budget announcement this afternoon, in which she will lay out her tax and spending plans to Parliament. We will have special coverage. Chancellor says she will make fair and necessary choices to ease the cost of living, but will it be enough to ease the concerns of the markets? It's a bit slow for me. Just scroll a bit quicker. Can't get Lewis. Yeah. All right. Okay. Live from Downing Street, I'm Christian Fraser. This is BBC News. The cabinet meeting is underway here in Downing Street ahead of Rachel Reeves' budget announcement this afternoon, in which she will lay out her tax and spending plans to Parliament. We will have special coverage. The Chancellor says she will make fair and necessary choices to ease the cost of living, but will it be enough to ease the concerns of the markets?
Okay, so
Number 10 or number 11? little bit more. Very good morning. It is budget day. We are in Downing Street, outside number 11, where in just a few hours' time, the Chancellor Rachel Reeves will emerge and reveal to us the famous red box and the budget she hopes will shore up her position and that of the embattled Prime Minister. It is a cold, frosty morning here in London. The Cabinet Secretaries will get together in number 10 to hear what the budget will mean for each of their departments. And it does feel as if we've been through quite a few iterations of this budget already. There was the floated rise in income tax and then the rapid retreat from it. This week we've been trying for a whole smallest of smaller tax rises to fill a £30 billion fiscal hole. Now, at the last budget, Rachel Reeves gave herself just a sliver of headroom, which always increases the risk that the Chancellor will be blown off course. And behind it all lies the central problem that the UK faces: weak growth, high spending, and in recent years some overly optimistic forecasting from the OBR. There will be a downgrade, we're told today, in the productivity forecast. This week, she asked the fractious left of the party to be patient and to back the whole package, not cherry-pick the parts that they like best. The question now is whether she can deliver something credible enough for the markets and reassuring enough for our own bank pensions. With me in Downing Street to guide us through the day, Nick and Andy Veggie. Welcome to you both. Jeff, the Chancellor is in.
I mean, it's make or break in the sense that if she gets this right, she might buy herself and the Prime Minister a bit more instead of the ship. How many times have we seen big questions about her future, about the Prime Minister's future, over unforced errors? A lot of MPs extremely unhappy with what's been going on behind both of these doors over the last few weeks. Is it the case that if this goes badly wrong, the Chancellor's done? Probably not immediately, in the sense that there isn't an obvious mechanism by which the Labour Party will start to change things. But be under no illusion, politically, this is a huge, huge moment for this country. Being on the back here, we've struggled to set a narrative of what it wants to do with power. Today will be an attempt to change it. We'll get a lot of the detail in there just now. I'm sure Rachel Reeves is giving them her pitch for why this is the budget we need to deliver. She's been doing that all week actually. On Monday she was speaking to backbench Labour and telling them that this was going to be a budget that was difficult but necessary. I think that probably gives us a sense of where we're going to be this afternoon. There's going to be some stuff in there that's really unpopular. There's got a lot of criticism over the next 24 or 48 hours. But it feels, Christian, that when you look at what we know is in there and what we think is in there and what might be in there, it feels like a budget that is aimed at Rachel Reeves' party. It's going to matter how this goes down. The markets, of course, it's going to matter how this goes down. The business world is facing pretty unhappy from what we've heard so far. When you look at things like scrapping the two-children cap, you look at some of the tax rises that are coming, you look at the mansion tax reform that ends up taking, you look at the promise not to be spending, more cash for the NHS, more money to tackle the cost of living. That's the sort of stuff the Labour MPs will chew your ear off about. So I think a lot of them by tonight might be pretty happy. As ever, we're working on the previews, which are designed to set the agenda for number 11. Devil to use the cliche in the meeting.
Andy, look, I mean, all governments.
Well, Rachel Reeves has urged them to do that. It's a couple of hours until she emerges from number 11 with her red box. She will be aware that there is talk in Westminster about the future of her and of Keir Starmer, and whether they can go the distance, given that the change they promised in the election has been slow to materialise. They face threats from the left and from the right. She knows this budget has to land well. Labour MPs with no market, she's promised no return to austerity but no borrowing spree either. And of course with the public, this government is looking pretty unpopular according to opinion polls. She says it will be a Labour budget to help those with the lowest incomes, so expect a centrepiece to be a rise in the national living wage to £12.71 an hour, putting about £1,000 into the pockets of people on those lowest incomes, and Labour MPs also likely get something they can push for, which is the lifting of a two-child cap on benefits. Although, how will it be paid for is of course the big question, and we're expecting not one big lever to raise £7 or £8 billion. With income tax, they dropped that idea, just put a whole range of tax rises, hinting we expect people with high value homes, savers, certain people are saving for their pensions. So there's a question about how it will all go down, when to advise the government any time, any goodwill to get through what we know will be a tricky month. Thank you, I'll see you at 10.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of points there, Christian. What you consider
Thank you. You don't use
just to balance money coming out with money going in.
I'm going to go back at 10.
Actually, there have been 5 times since 1975
10:45, 11,
and over the last 125 years, only 14 times in the last 125 years the budget's been surplus. Is that a bad thing? Not necessarily, because in most of those years we've had much higher economic growth than in the last 15 when we concentrated so hard on austerity. The Chancellor's job is not just to be a steward of the public finance.
How is your analysis that's not that
When the government's in
is there a U-turn in your thing?
So when the government's in surplus, that's not necessarily a good thing for households and firms. So on the one hand, people want the public finances.
Yep, see fine.
She'll want to reassure the markets. She doesn't want the bond markets to take fright like she did later on.
You've got all the gear, you've got all the gear.
But it's a bit of a false dichotomy to say if you depart at all from your self-imposed fiscal targets, then the markets are going to sell off. They've changed those targets.
I'll be back at 10, technically if you want to coffee.
What are they?
Sure.
This is just a big fact. The government says in 2 years' time, we want to be spending less than we're getting in on day-to-day stuff like benefits and civil servant salaries. Okay, so that's been a promise now since around about 1997. The number of times that promise has actually been met? Once. 2000, 2001. That's right, exactly. So you've got and what use is it to have somebody give you a forecast 3 years from now, which is very likely not to come true? So just to give you one example. Well, there is an argument about that. We have a situation where the OBR, which has been there since 2010, before 2010, everything hangs on its forecast. And there's a question here as to whether the forecast there is dragging the economic stock. So, these things start to work out what's going to happen to the public finances when we take the various actions. But to start with a forecast 3 years from now, work backwards, and then set your policy based on that, a lot of people are now questioning whether that's a sensible framework. Much longer time. So what do you think net zero, for example? You never found any project things that you naturally associate with Labour voter. You're really general about it. Decent salary, yes, you'll be paying more tax. We were just talking about. Maybe if you've got an electric car, you're going to be paying a bit more tax because there's going to be a charge per mile. You've got them. And one of the really interesting things that's perhaps a bit misunderstood about this budget is when you speak to MPs from both sides, particularly Labour MPs, they think that scrapping the two-child policy is the right thing to do. They don't think it's popular. And polling actually suggests it's really unpopular
with a lot of people who might actually be Labour voters. So there's a thought in this that's going to be really complicated. And I suppose the ultimate test in the next few days, when people at home sit down and use the budget calculators or figure out all the things that are going to matter to them, is do they feel, one, are better off, and two, do they think it's fair? Because a lot of people, I suspect, will be prepared to do a bit more tax if they think it's a benefit. The danger for the government is that if the smorgasbord of taxes, that people can slowly realise that they're a bit more. And with the spending already set out, we don't feel like we've seen the benefits.
Well, our special coverage will begin around 11:15, just ahead of the chance of finding out that watching on BBC News. So it's going to look a little bit like here's our correspondent. Okay. What's next? Can we just start? Sorry, say that again.
The director just needs to tell us what shots.
Right. Could you let us know what shots you would like? Because the camera crew, we have 3 cameras here, so they just need a bit more direction. One is on me, and 2 is pointing that way. Right, did you hear this thing about the cameras? You did? Yeah, news package 54 is the number 11 camera is on package 54. Okay, yep. And Vicky Spratt is here, so we can do hers as well. Oh, do we have? We don't have a third mic, do we? No. Good. Bring her in. Yeah. 4th mic. Yes. Sorry. Yes. That's why I'm not an economic. Maybe we should talk about debt. If debt were a policy on the cost of service.
It's a bit like your credit cards. So if you so assuming the bond markets evaluate prospects for the UK economy and set an interest rate that they demand in order to compensate themselves for the risk. The UK Chancellor has poor credit because we're not sure how she's going to make her fiscal targets work, then they might charge a higher interest rate. The signs are so far is that they're charging lower interest rates in these weeks, which does suggest that her efforts to appease the buyers and sellers in the bond markets have been reasonably successful. So you get the chance to see, I suspect you've seen some performance she's going to be able to Conservatives have called for to balance the book. So yes, in that sense, I do think she has some confidence. People look at public services and quite often question why they're not working. For example, being in the NHS, there will be more cash in the NHS and the budget. However, I do think we will see sometimes, I don't know exactly what they will look like, but one of the key areas that's been discussed is welfare. The wants to bring down the cost of welfare, we struggle to do it because Labour is brought on board the plan that was announced earlier in the year. But in terms of how you view the big picture of this budget, the Conservatives saying, look, one of the big problems here is we just spend it. The state's too big, we need to reduce the size of it. The Chancellor's rejected it. I think she's not going to have big spending cuts with public services. We want to focus instead on tax rises because we give austerity again the damage.
That links back to the seat
Well, this is there's so much going on about this budget and lots of room to properly do this. There's a new property tax. It looks like it's been on as well. $2 billion, many of which are in London, which means there's a Labour strike. How will it affect Labour as a country strike? I think it's a question of the Chancellor's going to have to answer. What this is about is reevaluating some of the tax rules. Now that's what they haven't looked at since 1991. And as everybody in this country knows, we have had transformation since then. People understand international tax as it's been approved. Probably won't feel that it's very fair if it's only there tax on the system, which is what was being trailed over. It sounds very complicated, doesn't it? And my understanding, we don't know what she's going to announce, my understanding is exactly, but we can't let it might be delayed until people die. That sounds a lot like an inheritance tax myself. I think that's what we should think about it. So if Rachel Reeves does do this today, she does it every day, we can't tax because they are going to do the election tax.
I don't.
Oh, absolutely. And also just below to make sure they can get a buyer. I think they could in that sense. What I would say though is lots of partners I've spoken to are actually in favour of the system. Because we have that have worked much more than we were in the 90s. People have a passport proportionally. So I think just doing it very we don't know what's happening on stamp duty, but I would say all the rumours about stamp duty is incredibly damaging. At least I've been hearing this.
siguiente grupo. Ahora tú y yo. Mami, ahora tú y yo. Mami. Mamá. Pues no quiere. Una foto tú y yo. Hacia abrazar. Lisa. Ay, mi bolsilla. ¿Cómo tú vas? No, así. Sí puedes ser de la otra forma. Ah, sí, sí, sí. ¿Qué otra mascarilla?
Okay.
That's not mine. Hey, that's not mine. Leave it where it is.
Get ready. Get ready.
Live from Downing Street, I'm Christian Fraser. This is BBC News. The Cabinet meeting is underway. No, that's changed. The Cabinet meeting has just finished here in Downing Street. Head of Rachel Reeves' budget announcement in which she will lay out her tax and spending plans to Parliament with special conditions. Chancellor says she will make fair and necessary choices to ease the cost of living. Would be enough to ease the
Massive graphics read through.
Because that's, they want growth, they should give it, but that has its impact on public finance. So whether the total measures, when you get them all out, put money into the economy and use that.
Okay, yeah.
Where's the box?
Live from Downing Street, I'm Christian Fraser. This is BBC News. The Cabinet meeting here in Downing Street has just finished ahead of Rachel Reeves' budget announcement in which she will lay out her tax and spending plans to Parliament. We will have special coverage. The Chancellor says she will make fair and necessary choices to ease the cost of living. But will it be enough to ease the concerns of the markets?
Tomorrow you're on now.
Okay. Sorry?
I think it is a particularly significant budget just because Labour MPs are especially jittery. Yes, they won a huge majority just over a year ago. There's already talk in Westminster about the future of Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves. There is already talk about the fact that the change they promised at the election has been slow to materialise. And while the Chancellor talks about fair but necessary choices, we know that those choices are going to be painful for some. She said that this budget will prioritise the cost of living, and we know that the centrepiece of it has already been confirmed. There's going to be a rise in the minimum wage, the national living wage, so from £21 to £12.71 an hour. There will also be a rise for those aged 18 to 20, putting a grand and a half a year into those people's pockets. But elsewhere, there will be tax rises.
Just look at the screen.
We'll tell MPs that there is a 20 to 30 billion pound black hole to be filled. She'll blame all sorts of factors, including Brexit, COVID, inheritance from the Conservatives, but she will say that that will mean that various different groups will see their taxes rise. Exactly who, whether it's high-value property owners, people saving for their pension, people saving in ISAs, all those details will be set out when she goes to the Commons in a few hours' time. But there is a sense that this budget really needs to land well in order to secure her and the government a bit of stability and a bit of time to show that they can turn things around.
So do you need a lesson from me like this?
Good catch, that was great.
Okay, I leave it there for now. Until then, the next. No, not me. I'm just, or can I come down? Ah, okay, good. Got it. Oh, no. No, I'm fine.
I thought they were talking to you. I just noticed they didn't have the mic on.
Sorry?
I thought they were talking to you. I didn't even know that.
Absolutely, that's no problem at all. So I'm going to stay on 11 until
really well.
Until
It looks really good at
cuts for me.
What do you mean?
That's my next.
You didn't miss a beat. It was so good. It was almost as if they didn't fade the mic up. Yes. Wasn't that good? It's like, you can't hear it on the mic. They just grabbed it and just went. And you couldn't tell. It was just so good.
Did you see it though? I was
No.
someone
No one would have known a thing. No one would have seen it.
Can we watch it?
Yeah, go on. Let's go and have a
Just
look.
before we.
I think it's great because the fact that you didn't flinch was so cool. The consummate professional that you are, that's brilliant. I love it. I've got it here. There you go. Like seriously, I mean, I was going, why can't I hear you? It's so low. Because that might be picking you up and not enough.
Did you hear it?
As you can see, Exactly. Yeah. So you can see number 11.
You think so? Yeah.
You see number 11. It's on the right.
That's not what it is.
Can't hear you. And then she did this.
You know, and they're popping in, popping out. But exactly. So my next gig is.
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. If it's really that funny, I don't really want to see it. Someone on Twitter will send it to me.
No one will ever know because look what you just did. It was so good. How you did that was absolutely faultless. You went, where's the microphone? Because you can hear us say that. I can hear you, but the microphone was off. That microphone was off. You know, there's microphone cables coming. You couldn't tell.
No.
It was so good. Seriously, tomorrow, that was brilliant.
gli occhi aperti. Vai madre, a comprare. Fate che corre. Fate che corre. Sono scherzosa, ma non siamo serie!
manifesto hold.
Yeah.
Would you like some rocky road? And there's also some
Sorry about the heat, so
there's oils if you want to shoot it. Keep on just nibble. You'll need to nibble. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm already happy, so please. I know it's a bit cold and frozen. So there you go, give it the rest. Energy at the back. So one of the all-time winners.
Thank you very much.
It's not nice.
For a long time on the two child benefit, so no doubt you will something in the background.
I wondered why you didn't like send along the ادخل يوتيوب so that you see so many
Coming out onto the stage today. You're watching.
As my shelter for 4 p.m. Yeah. All right. Okay. Bye. No worries.
No, that was Newsnet, so they wanted to drop a load to come earlier.
Yes, we are, David. What do you need? Yes, we are. Yes, we can. Okay. Yep, 2 minutes to you tomorrow.
Sorry?
Yes, she is. 2 minutes to you tomorrow.
To me?
To you, they want to do a live with you. That's cool.
Thank you.
Hang on, might be Mr. Jones. Hang on. Hold please. Can you hear David? Thank you, she was brilliant. It's going to go down in the annals of history, but maybe real fast.
Am I actually live?
Okay, I don't think they'll need you. Morning.
I'm here.
David, is Tamara needed in the next one? Just ask him if you need it. Push the button at the top. And save charge when you do it. Using my cable, because I don't think it's working. Too many pockets. Try that one. Oh. No worries. That's wicked. That's a interview with a farmer and a policeman.
Which one? Do you know?
I will have a report to you at some point. Yeah. Sorry.
If it turns up, then you want me to swing around and get this. Yeah. Yeah, copy.
Well, I've been using the A7 recently. Size. Size. Yeah, well, now it takes a big,
Tamara, did you hear you might be on?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Really? As that after break?
yes, that's the smaller.
I'm still raving about how cool that cat is.
Oh, right.
Thank goodness to it.
Let's hope it wasn't. It was barely. Let's hope it was barely defended.
David thought it was great.
Huh?
David thought it was great. And grabbed your box as well. Sent it back to me.
Alright? Cold? Yes. I've got my hat, but I'm pretty good.
Yeah, you need it.
No, I've got it. I've got other things though. Yeah, we have. So we're doing PM shouts. How you doing? Morning.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Good, yeah, good to see you. Yeah, good.
I managed to come early.
Yeah. Well, you made it in. Yeah.
You see the farmers over there?
Yeah.
Apparently, I've heard there's been one arrest.
I'm doing the
Sorry.
I've got information. There's been one arrest.
Has that?
I've been told.
Please report to me.
Section 14.
Really?
Okay, no, go to back.
Earlier we did.
cash out here you can pick up, can't you?
Yeah, it should be.
Chancellor, is Christmas cancelled? Are you about to break your manifesto pledges? Why are you about to freeze tax thresholds when you said you wouldn't? How can voters trust you, Chancellor? Are you coming back for more next year? Chancellor, how can voters trust you? Will you freeze tax thresholds? Is Christmas cancelled? Who's going to suffer the most, Chancellor? Will thresholds be frozen? Is that a breach of your manifesto, Chancellor? How can voters trust the thing you say, Chancellor? Should we cancel the turkey, Chancellor? Are you coming back for more next year, Chancellor? Why are you breaking your manifesto promises to us, Chancellor? Are you the Grinch?
Yeah, he is a theme dog, yeah. I can see that I see it.
Get Starmer out! 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 Here comes four little Lego men. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Carry on. At least I look better than you, mate. Laughing as well. Typical male, isn't it? Laughing at women. That's about all you've got when you've got your uniform on. Where's the level playing field for the women that are getting murdered, tortured, and raped and sexually assaulted daily? Where's the level playing field? You've got your stab vest on, you've got your batons, you've got your pepper spray. What must women have got? You laugh at women, that's about as much as respect we have for you. Why'd you go down in history for the wrong reason? Going against the people that pay your wages, the ones that you swore an oath to protect. Who are you protecting? Who are you protecting? Red government, red coppers. We all know they're in there. Any establishment that has power. You abuse it every day, daily. We see it daily. Get Starmer out! 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 Hang on.
consider the family farms tax. One farmer who wrote to the members opposite said that these tax changes would destroy the family farms that feed Scotland, and he was delivering this letter as a plea for their future. So can the Minister tell the House, have those pleas fallen on deaf ears?
Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman and I have discussed this many times, and he's aware that we are striking a fair balance between supporting farmers and fixing the public services on which all of our rural communities rely. We've taken a fair and balanced approach that protects the family farm while also fixing the public services that we all rely on, including our own constituents.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Pleas to the Minister and the Secretary of State ignored from farmers, just as other pleas from other sectors key to driving growth in Scotland have been ignored. Scotland has the worst of both worlds, two socialist and economically illiterate governments, and a Scotland office that turns a deaf ear to the pleas of the sectors that could drive growth in our country. It's no surprise the Scottish people are about to reject Labour in May's election yet again. So after today's budget, who does the Secretary of State think will feel most abandoned? Scottish farmers, Scottish distillers, Scottish family businesses, Scottish oil and gas workers, or poor Anna Sarwar and the Scottish Labour Party?
Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman is perfectly well aware that the majority of those claiming relief under agricultural property relief will be completely unaffected, 3/4 of them. What will affect every single person in Scotland, however, is the Chancellor's budget, which is set to help with living standards, drive growth and put the sound financial management of our public finances at the heart.
Number 4, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Immigration is, of course, a reserved issue, and the Home Secretary set out last week an asylum policy that will work for all parts of the United Kingdom. It contains the most sweeping asylum reforms in modern times, commensurate to the scale of the issues before us. These reforms will restore control, contribution and fairness to the system. I'm proud that our country has always been fair, tolerant and compassionate, and this government will always defend those values.
Mr Speaker, this government's new heinous asylum and immigration policy marks a dark moment for many who have chosen Scotland to be their home, even leaving children born in Scotland at risk of deportation. I don't know if the ministers actually notice, but we're facing a population and demography crisis that this will only make 10 times worse. And if we don't address it, this is going to have a huge impact on our economy and social services. So why does Scottish Labour actually support an immigration policy that is contrary to the Scottish interest?
Mr Speaker, what Scottish Labour, like the rest of the Labour Party, supports is a system that is both humane and restores control. That's in the best interest of communities, it's in the best interest of those seeking asylum and to migrate themselves. We are proud to support it, and we know that the rest of the country wants a system that has both control and fairness as its guiding principles.
Chris Murray.
Speaker, in Scotland there are approximately 4 times as many people fleeing oppression from Ukraine and Hong Kong as there are asylum seekers. There has been no public outcry, they have been welcomed. This shows Scotland is a generous country, willing to play our part if the system is fair and controlled. And moreover, this year, 14 children drowned in the Channel coming here. Does the Minister agree with me that there is nothing progressive about not fixing a system where public support for refugees drains and children drown?
Mr Speaker, I'm sure the whole House will join me in remembering those children that have drowned in the Channel, and I couldn't agree with my honourable friend more. There is nothing progressive or humane about a system that incentivises people to take those terrible, terrible risks with life, and I commend my honourable friend for all the work that he's done with those seeking asylum and refuge over very many years.
Chris Kay.
Question number 5, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the funding of Forth Valley College is a matter for the Scottish Government. Scottish colleges have had their funding cut by 20% between 21-22 and 25-26. As the UK Government, we have delivered a record funding settlement to the Scottish Government, so for as long as there has been no final decision reached regarding the Alloa campus, I would urge the Scottish Government, in the words of Flower of Scotland, to think again.
Chris Kay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Years of SNP underfunding have pushed Forth Valley College into financial crisis. Just when we need it to deliver skills for Stilling's film studio, the Grangemouth transition and shipbuilding and defence in the Forth and Clyde, the Alloa campus is facing closure. Does he agree that the SNP is undermining Scotland's future by neglecting the institutions that drive growth, and that Scotland needs a Labour government with Anas Sarwar to rebuild our colleges and our skills base?
Mr Speaker, the facts are clear. The spending review was historic for Scotland and delivered the largest real-term settlement for the Scottish Government in the 25 years of devolution, with an average £50.9 billion per year between 2026-27 and 28-29. It simply makes no sense to be cutting the FE College budget in Scotland by 20%. It's definitely time for that new direction.
She's a very Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. After 18 years of SNP government in Scotland, the education system is failing and qualified Scottish pupils are being turned away from Scottish universities. Meanwhile, the private sector in the west of Scotland, like the Energy Technical Academy in my constituency of Mid Dunbartonshire, is upskilling workers who are paying so that they can install EV chargers and heat pumps. Will the Secretary of State explain to the Scottish Government that educating young people and further education training is good for Scotland?
Mr Speaker, I sincerely hope they're listening to the very powerful points made by the Honourable Lady. 89,600 young people in Scotland today are not in work, education or training. That's equivalent to about 16.1%. 1 in 6 of our young people in Scotland. Scotland deserves better than a Scottish Government failing 1 in 6 of its young people.
Richard Baker.
Question number 6, Mr Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr Speaker, the UK Government is transforming our defence sector into an even more powerful engine of growth, with skills and training being a central pillar of that strategy. If the SNP-led Scottish Government won't do the right thing, then we will. That's why we stepped up with £2.5 million to fund that specialist welding centre in Glasgow, and we continue to work on exactly that agenda.
Richard Baker.
Mr Speaker, the recruitment of 14 new apprentices at the Methil Yard in my constituency, saved from bankruptcy by this Labour government, protecting 200 skilled apprenticeships, is a stark contrast to the failure of the SNP on apprenticeships in the defence sector, which means many companies struggle to recruit skilled workers locally. Will my right honourable friend work with colleagues in the Ministry of Defence to promote Methil as a prime location for future defence contracts, so that Avanti UK can create more new apprenticeships at the Yard and work successfully with the Scottish Labour Government at Holyrood?
Mr Speaker, I met with Navantia Management in Fife on Monday. I met with the Defence Procurement Minister yesterday. There are huge opportunities thanks to his powerful advocacy of the workforce in Methil and the work that we can do together. The truth is we have a Scottish Government that is dithering on defence. We have a Labour Government determined to do right by the country on defence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was delighted when Eastriggs in my constituency was shortlisted for a new UK munitions factory. The Secretary of State will know its long history in munitions and the fact that the Ministry of Defence already own the site. So will the Scotland Office continue to promote the project but also join me in facing down the Scottish Government's anti-defence industry stance?
Yes, Mr Speaker, I can offer the right honourable gentleman the assurance he seeks in relation to facing down a Scottish Government dithering on defence. I would pay tribute to his passionate advocacy of the particular site he speaks of in Dumfriesshire, and I can assure him that we in the Scotland Office will continue to work with our colleagues on the MOD as we make sure that we've got the factories we need to keep our country safe.
Question 7,
Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, through the Pride in Place programme, we're investing almost £500 million to revitalise communities across Scotland. As part of this, the Scotland Office has recently completed collecting evidence from MPs, MSPs, local authorities and community groups to inform the selection of 14 new neighbourhoods that will each benefit from £20 million over 10 years.
Liz Stewart.
Mr Speaker, can I ask the Minister for assurances with respect to the timeline of the Pride in Place funding? It's crucial to get projects up and running as soon as possible, and while it might be too early for her to wear a Santa hat, can she tell me if successful local authorities will expect an early Christmas present?
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to the honourable lady that she won't have long to wait. It's in all our interest to get these coming down the chimney as soon as possible.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 40% of children in Stenhouse in my constituency of Edinburgh West live in poverty. There are 9 Pride in Place projects being considered across Edinburgh, but none including that area of deprivation. So can the Minister tell me if there are plans to change the criteria so that areas like that could be included and attack problems like child poverty?
Mr. Speaker, there are no plans to change the criteria against which local authority areas will be selected, but I can confirm we don't have very long to wait before the areas themselves will be confirmed.
Before we come to Premier's questions, can I welcome in the gallery His Excellency the Honourable Stephen Francis Smith, the Australian High Commissioner to the UK. Stephen's term as High Commissioner comes to an end. We wish him all the best in retirement and thank you for what you've done in the UK. We now come to questions to the Prime Minister. Rachel Hopkins.
Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can I begin by confirming your remarks about Stephen, who's in the gallery, as I understand it. He's been an incredible servant and a good friend to the United Kingdom, and we wish him well in everything he does in the future. Mr. Speaker, today's budget will be a Labour budget with Labour values to deliver for the British people's priorities. Mr. Speaker, I know what it feels like to sit around the kitchen table worried about bills that can't be paid. That's why this budget is for families that I know today are equally worried about the cost of living. That's why we're rolling out free breakfast clubs, free childcare and free school meals. And today we'll be going further to deliver the change we're elected to bring about. Cutting NHS waiting lists, cutting the national debt and cutting the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years and years, rail fares have gone up and up, but this is set to change next year. Can the Prime Minister confirm that commuters in my constituency will see around £400 saving on their annual season ticket as a result of this government freezing rail fares? And can he confirm this is only possible because we have a Labour government?
Well, I can confirm next year we're freezing rail fares for the first time in 30 years, saving millions of commuters hundreds of pounds. And yes, that's only possible because we have a Labour government investing in Great British Railways and putting more money in the pockets of passengers. Contrast our approach with the Leader of the Opposition, who says the minimum wage is a burden, she thinks, and she wants to means test the state pension.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Kevin Burnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I first pay tribute to the many farmers who have come to Westminster today to protest the shameful attack on them in last year's budget. I want them to know that Conservatives stand with them. Mr. Speaker?
Yeah. They arrest them, we stand with them.
Mr. Speaker, this has been the most chaotic lead-up to a budget in living memory, with resignations, hostile briefings and...
Can I just say to a couple of you, if you don't want the budget, make your mind up now.
Nobody wants this budget, Mr. Speaker. With resignations, hostile briefings and leaks galore, even just in the last 10 minutes, an unprecedented leak of the OBR analysis. Mr. Speaker, these leaks have been so serious that even the former chief economist of the Bank of England has said, and I quote, that Labour's fiscal fandango is the single biggest reason why growth has flatlined. Does the Prime Minister agree with Andy Haldane, and does he have an explanation for this complete shambles?
We all know the biggest shambles in living history, the Liz Truss budget. And what did she say at the time? Did she say, I don't agree, this must be wrong? No, she said, I think Liz Truss is 100% right. 100%. Not much room for flexibility. Not one thing was wrong with it, in her view. So we won't be taking lectures from her. Matters for the OBR. The Chancellor will set out the budget in just a few minutes' time.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the leaks. The Prime Minister doesn't seem to appreciate the impact of these budget leaks on the UK economy. Even the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister has said this morning that the leaks were unacceptable. So will the Prime Minister launch an investigation into the budget leaks and punish those responsible?
Mr. Speaker, it's literally about 25 minutes before the budget will be set out in August, where we'll take further decisions. The Chancellor will set it out, but thanks to the decisions she's already taken, we've got 5 million extra NHS appointments, waiting lists are coming down, mortgages are cheaper, we've expanded free school meals. That's 100,000 children lifted out of poverty, a moral mission for this government. Compare that to the record opposite any day of the week.
Mr. Speaker, he talks about the decisions she's already taken. If they were that great, we wouldn't have all those farmers outside protesting. He doesn't want to talk about leaks, but we can see that the chaos in Number 10 is having real-world consequences. Instead of focusing on the economy, they've been fighting like rats. Several journalists reported that Number 10 sources had briefed against the Health Secretary and other senior cabinet ministers. The Prime Minister then told us that these briefings did not come from Number 10. Will he repeat on the floor of the House the claim that none of his advisers has briefed against members of the Cabinet?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I've been really clear about this. No one in Number 10 has briefed against Cabinet ministers. And the Health Secretary is doing a fantastic job. He stood before the electorate just before the last election. He said we'd deliver 2 million extra appointments for the NHS in the first year of a Labour government. There he is. What did he do? Not 2, not 3, not 4, but 5 million extra appointments for the NHS. They don't understand this language, Mr. Speaker, because they left everything absolutely broken.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister expects us to believe him. No one does. We all know that he did not have a serious leak inquiry. What he did, Mr. Speaker, was he asked Morgan McSweeney to investigate Morgan McSweeney, and then Morgan McSweeney discovered that Morgan McSweeney was innocent. All of this calls into question the Prime Minister's judgment. All of this calls into question the Prime Minister's judgment. We read this weekend that he wants the former Deputy Prime Minister back in his cabinet. He must have forgotten that she had to resign only a few months ago for tax evasion. When did the Prime Minister decide that lawbreakers can be lawmakers?
Mr. Speaker, while she's scrolling through Twitter, we've delivered rail fares frozen, prescription charges frozen, the minimum wage boosted. We're focusing on the cost of living, the single most important thing for this country. She's focusing on tittle-tattle.
It's not tittle-tattle, Mr. Speaker. We all know that he's only talking about welcoming the Deputy Prime Minister back because he is desperate to shore up his crumbling leadership. But if he were to welcome her back, will he set a condition that she must pay back the £40,000 of property taxes she avoided, the same property taxes they're very happy to put on everyone else, and will she also return her £17,000 of severance pay?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the former Deputy Prime Minister is the biggest social mobility story this country has ever told. She started from humble beginnings and fought her way to the very top. I'm very proud of what she's achieved in politics. I'm very proud of everything she's done for this Labour government.
That sounds like a no, Mr. Speaker. I've never heard the Prime Minister speak so highly of people avoiding their taxes. But in summary, this just looks like a government that is a slow-motion car crash. His cabinet are briefing against each other, his MPs are planning for life after him, and the most chaotic run-up to a budget in recent memory is happening on his watch. Even the Chief Whip is telling MPs that he wants out. The truth is simple, Mr. Speaker. His MPs don't trust him, the markets don't trust him, and the public certainly don't trust him. When will he finally accept that the chaos starts and ends with him?
The most chaotic budget was the Liz Truss budget. It did huge damage to our country. We're still suffering from that damage. And what did she say about Liz Truss? She obviously does still think it. when asked was Liz Truss right, 100% right, she said. The most chaotic, damaging budget there's ever been. And she sticks by it. I'm very interested to see her response to this budget if she thinks Liz Truss got it right. Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is focusing on cutting waiting lists, cutting the national debt, cutting the cost of living, renewing our country, a Labour budget with Labour values, delivering for the British people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the moment, everyone is being bombarded with adverts and emails for Black Friday, encouraging them to spend money on so-called time-limited deals, leading to panic buying, increasing debt, buyer regret, and not to mention the impact on the planet, with delivery and returns of goods responsible for millions of tonnes of CO2 emissions. Does he agree with me that instead of rushing to buy online, people should look to their high streets to support local businesses and keep money in the local economy this Christmas?
Well, I want to see our high streets thriving, and we encourage everyone to support local businesses this Christmas. Through our small business strategy, we've got £3 billion boost to help small businesses expand, and we've tackled the most significant reforms to tackle late payments, the most significant in 25 years, Mr. Speaker. And the Chancellor will have to say more about that in just a moment.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've just seen in the leaked OBR documents that taxes are going up to a historic record high. So will the Prime Minister explain why Labour is hiking people's taxes instead of fixing the £90 billion Brexit black hole in the public finances by growing our economy with a new, detailed, brilliant trade deal with our European partners?
Well, he'll only have to wait a few minutes for the full details of the budget. But, Mr. Speaker, every week he comes here with the same problem. He always wants more spending, and he never wants to say how he's going to raise the money for it. The two things can't go together.
Sir Ed Davey.
Speaker, we want to grow the economy, not tax the economy. But if I can take him on to another issue, Mr. Speaker, I hope everyone in the House shares my alarm that a former leader of a political party in Wales has been found guilty of betraying our country and has now been sentenced to over 10 years in prison for his treachery. The Prime Minister said that Reform should hold an independent investigation, and he is right, but we both know that that's not going to happen. So given Reform won't, he must. So will he now launch a national investigation into Russian infiltration into our politics?
Well, he's right to highlight this very serious case, a long sentence for pro-Russian bribery in the Reform Party at the highest level. You would think a leader of a political party would want to get to the bottom of that and ask the question, how on earth did that happen in the Reform Party? And what other links are there between Reform and Russia? But no, the leader of Reform doesn't want to do it. Because, Mr. Speaker, we know he doesn't want to know the answer to the question because Reform is riddled with pro-Putin propaganda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of traffic chaos and increasingly creative traffic diversions, residents of Parkside and Marston Grange in my constituency are beginning to wonder whether the A513 at Beaconside is a permanent monument to the traffic cone. In the time that Staffordshire County Council and Taylor Wimpey have taken to complete one stretch of road, we've had 6 Prime Ministers, not to mention Notre Dame burned down and was rebuilt using medieval building techniques. So what can be done to hold developers and local authorities properly to account so that essential infrastructure is delivered on time with minimum disruption?
Well, it's staggering that an important upgrade for drivers to improve their journeys has been delayed for 8 long years. And I understand the scheme is currently being held up by the Reform-led council, Kel Sabri, who are proving as hopeless in local government as everybody anticipated. Mr. Speaker, we've invested £24 billion in our roads, and I call on Staffordshire Council to end the delay, get on with the job, and get this scheme started for her constituents.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. University Hospitals Sussex currently have 350 people, well enough to go home, for occupying beds. That is the same number of beds as in Princess Royal Hospital in Haywards Heath in my constituency. The reason they can't go home is because there is no social care package for them to go to. This is terrible for them, puts strain on the trust and is ruinous to the taxpayer. Given there is no urgent plan to reform social care, what is the Prime Minister's plan to bring them home for Christmas?
Well, as she knows, we are reforming social care, and I've asked Baroness Casey to lead on that. And she's had the first of her cross-party meetings to build consensus, which is obviously what we need on this. As I've said out a number of times, the first phase will report in 2026, so we can reform as we go on. There will obviously be a phase after that. And I remind the House we've already boosted social care funding by £3.7 billion, record increases also to the carers allowance, and £500 million for the first ever fair pay agreement to properly recognise and reward carers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is the Prime Minister aware that because of the decision by Reform's Durham County Council to scrap support introduced by Labour in 2013, a typical working family in Stanley will be £170 worse off? How would the Prime Minister contrast the values of this Labour government with a Reform Party dividing our country and hitting working people in their pockets?
Well, I thank him for raising this. The more we see of Reform, the more we see their true colours. In this case, making people £170 worth off. But their true colours also in relation to the member for Clacton. His explanation, Mr. Speaker, in recent days, in relation to the stories about what he may have said in the past, is unconvincing, to say the least. He says he never engaged with racism with intent. With intent. What does that mean? Didn't engage with racism with intent. I have no doubt that if a young Jewish student was hissed at to mimic the sound of a gas chamber, they would find it upsetting. He may want to forget that. They won't. He clearly remembers some of what happened. He should seek those people out and go and apologise to them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lewis, not his real name, is an Eastbourne boy with special educational needs who was left traumatised after his passenger assistant relentlessly and brutally restrained him on his home-to-school transport. It only became clear to Lewis's mum, who is in the gallery today, what happened on that day when he returned home visibly distressed and bruised. And that's because, shockingly, there is no statutory requirement to report incidents of physical restraint on school transport, nor national training standards. So will the Prime Minister address this loophole in his upcoming SEND reforms to ensure that SEND's children in Eastbourne and beyond can travel to school with the safety and dignity that they deserve?
Well, can I say to him and to Lewis's mum, who's with us, that incidents like that should not be happening. I know that he's met, I think, with the Education Minister to discuss this. Every child should have tailored support, including on transport to school, and I can reassure him and Lewis's mum that that principle will be central to our reforms.
Jenny Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Roman Osborne, a 10-year-old in my constituency, hand-delivered a letter to 10 Downing Street to tell the Prime Minister about an accident that he had outside his primary school of Trimley St Martin in February, which left him spending 3 days in hospital and many, many more months recovering. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister back my campaign, Safer at the Gates, and will he call on Tory-led Suffolk County Council to do the right thing and re-review the road and put the right safety measures in place outside Trimley St Martin and the other schools in my constituency?
Can I thank her for that and thank Roman for his letter, which I took time to read last night. And I wanted just to read a short sentence from it, from Roman. He said this: "This accident wouldn't have happened if there was a safe place to cross the road. I'm concerned for other children's safety, and I don't want another accident like mine to happen again to anyone else." Mr. Speaker, what an incredible young boy, aged just 10. I totally agree with him, and I say to Roman, this is what we're going to do. Roman, I've asked ministers to work with all the right people to look at his school and get a safe crossing in place. and the Roads Minister will be happy to meet my honourable friend to discuss the road safety strategy.
Mr. Speaker, this morning I met with farmers on Whitehall, and on Saturday farmers supplying milk to family-run White Farms who have been making traditional cheddar cheese near Bruton for 160 years. They all told me, Mr. Speaker, the family farm tax as it stands will devastate their businesses. So if he really wants growth, will the Prime Minister listen to farmers, industry, the EFRA Select Committee, even his own MPs, and pause and rethink this damaging and regressive tax?
Mr. Speaker, we've invested a record £11.8 billion into sustainable farming this Parliament, and we set out a 25-year farming roadmap focused on increasing year-on-year productivity and profitability in farms. That is vitally important.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the COVID inquiry reported that 23,000 deaths occurred in England in the first wave of the pandemic that could have been prevented due to the UK response being too little too late. These were not just 23,000 deaths, Mr. Speaker. These were 23,000 people who had family and friends who loved them, and valuable lives that were cut short due to an abysmal failure of leadership by Boris Johnson and his government. They were categorically failed by a Prime Minister who prevaricated, delayed and prioritised political expediency over making the tough decisions that could have averted tragedy. If the Prime Minister were to lead us through the next pandemic, will he value saving lives above all else?
Well, she's right. The report is a sombre moment, and it's important to remember the scale of suffering and the scale of the loss of life, which is made clear in the testimonies of the families in the report, and to remember the incredible contribution of frontline workers and everyone who focused on protecting others. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to learning the lessons needed from the COVID inquiry to protect and prepare us for the future. And the pandemic does still weigh heavily on our public finances and our NHS. That's why we've already conducted a pandemic exercise to test preparedness and agreed a historic global pandemic agreement to improve our ability to prevent global disease threats alongside our partners.
Mr. Speaker, I hope the Prime Minister will agree with me that the defence industry in Somerset is a key engine for growth, jobs and innovation. Leonardo in Yeovil is making a fantastic progress with the Proteus uncrewed helicopter, but the future of that project, thousands of jobs at the site in Yeovil and the 320 million Leonardo contribute to local GDP is dependent on the new medium helicopter contract. Will the Prime Minister reassure my constituents that he supports the industry in Yeovil, and will his government finally get round to awarding this long overdue contract?
Well, can I pay tribute to those in Somerset and his constituency in the defence sector, which is hugely important to our country and our security. I can confirm we're continuing with the establishment procurement process for the new medium helicopter programme to deliver modern equipment for our armed forces. That's part of the biggest sustained boost to our defence since the Cold War, and I'm determined to see a defence dividend of investment in British jobs and apprentices, including in his constituency. Mr. Speaker, that builds on the £8 billion Typhoon deal that we've secured, the £4 billion maritime deal with Indonesia, and the £10 billion frigate deal with Norway.
Serena Breckenridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I joined Wensfield Men walking and talking on International Men's Day, a fantastic group who are strengthening our community through good company and what Stephen calls a growing band of brothers. In an age of pressure, polarisation and endless phone scrolling, they bring men together to support one another. Will the Prime Minister join me in congratulating all involved and explain how the first ever men's health strategy will back similar grassroots initiatives?
Can I thank her? It is so important that men have the space and support from their peers to discuss their mental health. Can I thank Men Walking and Talking for the work that they do that makes such a difference? We were proud to launch our men's health strategy last week to get more men the support they need. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to take a moment to thank my honourable friend for Cannock Chase for his honesty and bravery on International Men's Day. And I say again, men speaking so truthfully about their experiences is so powerful and inspires more to do the same. He's a credit to this House.
Great job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Consequential to President Trump's misunderstanding of Putin's assessment going forward into. I've got it completely wrong, so let me do it without notes. There we are. What a day to do it. President, I can't. I've completely lost it, and I apologise. So let me read it. Let me read it because I'm going to carry on. I'm afraid the Prime Minister's not going to get away that easy. So, consequential to President Trump's misunderstanding of Putin's strategic intent for both Ukraine and Europe is the Prime Minister's solemn responsibility to keep this country safe. Given the hypersonic missile threat and the ballistic missile threat, known threat from Russia, and the fact that the United Kingdom has no current counter to that, what is the Prime Minister going to do to keep this country safe from those that have already threatened us?
I thank him for his question and his contribution to this important debate, and of course the contribution he made yesterday as well. It is the first duty of the Prime Minister to keep this country safe. It's the duty that is paramount and above all else, and I take it extremely seriously and treat it as my #1 priority. We review our security and defence arrangements all of the time, and we are particularly a leading member in NATO, which is the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen.
Ben Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituents in Chelsea and Fulham tell me that our top national priority must remain, as it is, economic growth. So does the Prime Minister agree that the swiftest way to achieve growth is for the government to be even more ambitious in negotiating with the European Union to remove the new red tape and trade barriers that have been holding back UK businesses, especially small and medium-sized ones, since the Conservatives' poorly managed exit from the European Union?
Well, the deal we struck with the EU will deliver on what the British public voted for last year, which is, as he says, boosting economic growth and restoring positive relations. And the deal we've struck is worth £9 billion to our economy in 2040. It includes an SBS agreement to cut supermarket prices and boost export opportunities. And the tourism reform would rip up that deal and leave us all paying more at the checkout.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to economic growth, this Labour government is all talk and no action. So maybe I can help the Prime Minister. Roadworks and traffic jams cost the UK economy £8 billion last year. This affects my constituents in Broxbourne every single day. They want to know what the government is doing about it, when the government is going to back working people and get Britain moving.
Under this government, growth is the highest in the G7 for the first half of this year. Under the last government, they crashed the economy.
Emily Darwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday was the UN International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, otherwise known as White Ribbon Day in Milton Keynes and many other places. Will the Prime Minister join with me in congratulating Mr. Speaker on his commitment that this House will become the first national white ribbon parliament in the world? And will he join me, Mr. Speaker, and many members from across this House in making the white ribbon promise to never use, excuse, or remain silent about men's violence against women?
Can I thank her for raising this really important issue? And I'm really proud, Mr. Speaker, on what you've done with this Parliament in relation to the White Ribbon campaign. We must then turn that from a ribbon into action. And I am really proud that this government is fully committed to tackling violence against women and girls. It is a political commitment, it is a personal commitment from me, and we'll do everything we can in relation to reducing violence against women and girls, which is pernicious. It is far more widespread than people appreciate, and we absolutely have to stop talking and start doing in relation to this.
Final question, Liz Saville-Roberts.
From his previous answer, we can only conclude that the Prime Minister has faith in the member of Clapton to police his own party on Russian interference. But the leader of Reform has already said that this is beyond his capabilities. Why, therefore, is the Prime Minister so unwilling to take responsibility and launch a full investigation into foreign interference in our democracies?
Interference in our democracy, but the responsibility for the investigation of what happened in Reform lies with the leader of the Reform Party. Mr. Speaker, he's usually got plenty to say, and now he's totally silent on one of the most important issues. Mr. Speaker, he needs to speak up and answer those questions.
That completes Prime Minister's questions.
Point of order, Melstride.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, this morning we have seen an unprecedented leak of the OBR's Economic and Fiscal Outlook report before the budget. This report contains market-sensitive information. It is utterly outrageous that this has happened, and this leak may indeed constitute a criminal act. In Prime Minister's questions, the Leader of the Opposition asked the Prime Minister about this leak, but he refused to answer her question. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, please can you advise this House what steps are at its disposal to force a leak inquiry into this matter, and would it be possible to ask the Table Office to distribute copies of the report given to the House, given that everybody outside of this House has already had the opportunity to read it?
Order! This is not a point of order for the Chair. The Chancellor is about to make her budget statement, and I expect members and their constituents wish to hear from the Chancellor directly. However, before I call the Chancellor to speak, I nonetheless wish to make a short statement. For a number of weeks, and yet again yesterday, there have been extensive briefings to the media on the government's fiscal policy and public finances. This disappointing trend in relation to budget briefings has been growing for a number of years under successive governments, but appears to have reached an unprecedented high. Weeks ago, we saw the Chancellor delivering a speech in Downing Street, setting the scene for the budget, as well as specific policy announcements being briefed out to the media in advance of today's financial statements. I don't need any help. And just a moment ago, it seems the OBR analysis has also appeared online. This all falls short of standards that the House expects. The premature disclosure of the contents of the budget has always been regarded as a supreme discourtesy to this House and to all the democratically elected members, not to mention to Mr. Speaker and to myself, the Chairman of Ways and Means. The government's own ministerial code cannot be clearer, as set out in paragraph 9.1. When Parliament is in session, the most important announcements of government policy should be made in the first instance to Parliament. Mr. Speaker has always upheld the rights of this House and its members to be treated with respect and to be the first to hear major government policy announcements on behalf of their constituents. As Chairman of Ways and Means, I have responsibility to oversee the House's consideration of the budget statement and the ensuing resolutions, which are described in Erskine Made paragraph 36-33 as the most important business of Ways and Means in this House. I want honourable members on all sides of the House to have adequate opportunity to hold the Chancellor to account, rather than hear and read about new policies on a daily basis in the media. And, like many, I also expected better. Before I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I remind honourable members that copies of the budget resolutions will be available to them from the Vote Office in members' lobby at the end of the Chancellor's statement and online. Shh. I also remind honourable members that interventions are not taken during the Chancellor's statement, nor during replies to the Leader of the Opposition or the Leader of the Liberal Democrats. I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Chancellor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it is my understanding that the Office of Budget Responsibility's Economic and Financial Outlook was released on their website before this statement. This is deeply disappointing and a serious error on their part. The Office for Budget Responsibility have already made a statement taking full responsibility for their breach. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are rebuilding our economy. Over the last 16 months, we have overhauled our planning system to get Britain building, forged new trade deals with the United States, India and the European Union, reformed our visa system to bring the brightest and the best to Britain. We changed our fiscal rules that we inherited from the Conservatives and raised public investment to its highest level in 4 decades. And in last year's budget, I raised taxes on business and the wealthiest to close the £22 billion black hole in the public finances left by the party opposites. And we used that money to fund the biggest ever settlement for our National Health Service. They were the fair and necessary choices, and we faced opposition to them, from opponents to planning reform, who will always demand that the future is built somewhere else, not in their backyard. Opponents to trade, who want to take us down the path of isolation and division. Opponents to investment, who believe that the only good thing a government can do is get out of the way. Opponents who insist that the only way to balance the books is to cut public spending. And opponents who say that we don't need to balance the books at all. But we made these choices for a reason. Because after 14 years of Conservative government, working people demanded and deserved change. Investment, not cuts to our public services. Stability for our public finances, the single most important factor in getting the cost of living down. And economic growth, the best means to improve wages, create jobs and support public services. That is what our plan, that is what this government and our Prime Minister are all about. Today's budget builds on the choices that we have made since July last year. To cut NHS waiting lists, to cut the cost of living, and to cut debt and borrowing. No doubt we will face opposition again, but I have yet to see a credible or a fairer alternative plan for working people. These are my choices, the right choices for a fairer, a stronger and more secure Britain.
Order. Far too much noise, and I expected so much better from you, Dr. Luke Evans. You're meant to be a leader in your community. Simmer down, Chancellor.
I'm happy for them to shout as much as they like, Madam Deputy Speaker, as long as they do it from the opposition benches where they can't cause any more damage. I said there would be no return to austerity, and I meant it. This budget will maintain investment in our economy and in our National Health Service. I said I would cut the cost of living, and I meant it. This budget will bring down inflation and provide immediate relief for families. I said I would cut debt and borrowing, and I meant it. Because of this budget, borrowing will fall as a share of GDP in every year of this forecast. Our net financial debt will be lower at the end of the forecast than it is today, And I will more than double the headroom against our stability rule to £21.7 billion, meeting our stability rule and meeting it a year early. These are my choices, not austerity, not borrowing, not turning a blind eye to unfairness. My choices are a budget for fair taxes, strong public services and a stable economy. That is the Labour choice. Growth is the engine that carries every one of our ambitions forward, through stability, investment and reform. The platform from which British ambition can finally get moving again. Because growth doesn't just appear out of thin air. It is built patiently and stubbornly by people who take risks, by founders who bet their savings on an idea, by firms breaking into new markets, developing new technologies and creating new jobs and new opportunities, by the men and the women who work hard every day in all parts of our country. Our job is not to watch from the sidelines, but to partner with them, backing them every step of the way, to match private enterprise with public ambition. I would like to thank my team of officials at the Treasury for their hard work in preparing this budget. In the spring, the Office of Budget Responsibility forecast that our economy would grow by 1% this year. I said then that Britain would defy the forecasts, and defy them we have. The OBR have upgraded Britain's growth for this year from 1% to 1.5%, reaching the same conclusions as the IMF, the OECD and the Bank of England, who have already upgraded their forecasts. Today, the OBR have published the result of their review of the supply side of the economy. They are clear that this is not about the last 14 months. It is about the previous 14 years. The legacy of Brexit and the pandemic, and the damaging decisions by the party opposite. Cutting public spending, leaving communities and entire regions behind, starving our economy of investment and weakening our public services. As a result of their review, the OBR are reducing their expectations for productivity growth by 0.3 percentage points to 1% by the end of the forecast. They say today, and I quote, "Real GDP is forecast to grow by 1.5% on average over the forecast due to lower underlying productivity growth. There is an impact on our public finances too. The OBR say that their productivity forecast will mean £16 billion less in tax receipts by 2030. These forecasts are the Tories' legacy, not Britain's destiny.
Order. It is very hard to hear the Chancellor over all the shouting. And Mr. Holmes, you promised me yesterday you were going to be on top behaviour in the first few minutes. Chancellor.
We beat the forecasts this year and we will beat them again. By boosting trade, not blocking it. By increasing investment, not cutting it. By championing innovation, not stifling it. By backing working people, not making them poorer. Brick by brick, we've been building our economy. Building roads, building homes, getting spades in the ground and cranes in the sky. Growth begins with the spark of an entrepreneur. Half of new jobs in Britain are created by scale-up businesses. And we want those jobs created here, not somewhere else. Our job is to make Britain the best place in the world to start up, to scale up and to stay. So we're widening eligibility for our enterprise incentives, so scale-ups can attract the talent and the capital that they need. expanding the enterprise management incentive so more companies can offer tax-relieved share options, re-engineering our enterprise investment and venture capital trust schemes so they don't just back early-stage ideas but stay with companies as they grow, introducing UK listings relief, a 3-year exemption from stamp duty reserve tax for companies who choose to list here in Britain. And to continue this work, I am launching a call for evidence on how our tax system can better back entrepreneurs and a targeted review with founders and investors at the heart to make the UK an even more attractive place to grow your business. We are sending a simple message to the world. If you build here, Britain will back you. And our retail investment system should do the same. The UK has some of the lowest levels of retail investment in the G7. And that is not only bad for business, who need that investment to grow, it's bad for savers too. Someone who has invested £1,000 a year in an average stocks and shares ISA every year since 1999 would be £50,000 better off today if they'd put that same money into if they'd put the same money into a cash ISA. And so, from April 2027, I will reform our ISA system, keeping the full £20,000 allowance while designating 8,000 of it exclusively for investment, with over 65s retaining the full cash allowance. And thanks to our changes to financial advice and guidance, banks will be able to guide savers to better choices for their hard-earned money. Over 50% of the ISA market, including Hargreaves Lansdown, HSBC, Lloyds, Vanguard and Barclays, have signed up to launch new online hubs to help people invest here in Britain. At this budget, consistent with the commitments in our corporate tax roadmap, I will retain our competitive corporation tax rate, the lowest in the G7, and retain our generous full expensing offer for business investments. I will also introduce a new 40% first-year allowance so that businesses can write off more of the cost of their investment up front, while reducing main rate writing down allowances in line with fiscal constraints. Private investment is the lifeblood of economic growth, but growth needs public investment too. When faced with challenges, previous chancellors have chosen to decrease, delay or cancel capital spending. But low investment is the cause of our productivity problem, not the solution. So my choice is not cuts, not stagnation, but to maintain the additional £120 billion of investment that I provided at the spending review. In transport, to link our towns and our cities, energy infrastructure to power our businesses, and housing, so people can live near good jobs, paying decent wages and growing businesses. That is the Labour choice. I'm grateful to the Financial Secretary to the Treasury for his work in driving our growth agenda forward. As we allocate investment for the infrastructure that is the backbone of economic growth across our country, today I will commit investment for the Lower Thames Crossing. And we're continuing to drive investment in city-region transport, in the Midlands Rail Hub and the Transpennine route upgrade, along with our commitments to the Northern Growth Corridor, including Northern Powerhouse Rail. It is this Labour government that has overhauled our planning system, and I will today provide further funding to increase planning capacity through a new skills offer, as called for by the British Chamber of Commerce and the Confederation of British Industry. It is this Labour government that has invested in nuclear power, in Sizewell C and in Culham. We are taking forward our commitment to slash electricity prices for thousands of manufacturing businesses, as Make UK and many others have called for. And today I'm pleased to welcome John Finkelton's report, an ambitious plan to cut the red tape that has tied our nuclear industry in knots for decades. And within 3 months we will set out our plan for delivering his recommendations. We are proud of our industrial heritage, and we are determined to build the industry of the future so that we buy, make and sell more here in Britain. That's why, as we increase defence spending, we are investing in Portsmouth, in Barrow and in Plymouth. And I'm pleased to be supporting Team Derby, an initiative to drive growth in one of our defence industry hubs. It's why we stepped in to save British Steel in Scunthorpe and invested in Sheffield Forge Masters. And it's why we've changed government procurement so we can buy British when it is crucial to our national security. For steel, for shipbuilding, and today for AI, driving innovation and building that great industry here in Britain. But it's not just what we invest that matters, it's how we invest. Putting money and power back in the hands of local and regional leaders. Today, we are devolving £13 billion of flexible funding for 7 mayors to invest in skills, business support and infrastructure. I'm extending the business rates retention pilots in the West of England, Liverpool City region and Cornwall until 2029. I'm providing £30 million for the Kernow Industrial Growth Fund for sectors like critical minerals and marine innovation. I am establishing the Lead City Fund, a long-term agreement to retain business rates to fund local regeneration projects like the development of Leeds South Bank, and I am allocating £20 million for the new Peterborough Sports Quarter and £16 million for a science centre in Darlington from the Growth Mission Fund. The benefits of investment the benefits of investment and growth must be built and felt in every part of our United Kingdom. So we are providing an additional £370 million for the Northern Ireland Executive, £505 million for the Welsh Government and £820 million for the Scottish Government over the spending review period through the Barnett formula. And I am making... Sorry, I didn't quite catch that from the SNP. Did they not? Perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, they didn't hear. £820 million for the Scottish Government over the spending review period because Anna Sawa asked us to. And I'm making targeted investments in our industrial strategy sectors across the UK. In Northern Ireland, I am providing £17 million to support businesses and strengthen the UK internal market, and backing advanced manufacturing through the Northern Ireland Enhanced Investment Zone. Wales will be the host for 2 AI growth zones, creating more than 8,000 jobs, supported by a £10 million investment in the semiconductors critical for that industry. And we are building the UK's first small modular nuclear reactors with Rolls-Royce at Wilfer in Anglesey. 2 Labour governments working together in Wales to deliver for the people of Wales. And in Scotland, I'm committing over £14 million for low-carbon technologies in Grangemouth, £20 million to renew infrastructure at Inch Green in Inverclyde, and £20 million to redevelop Kirkcaldy Town Centre and Seafront, with construction starting next year. And that's on top of the UK's biggest ever warship export deal with the Norwegian government to build frigates in Glasgow, supporting 4,000 jobs. Investment opposed by the SNP, jobs opposed by the SNP, defence opposed by the SNP, but secured by this Labour government. A growing economy needs strong foundations of economic stability, with borrowing, inflation down and investment up. That is good for business, and it is good for working people, so they have more money in their pockets. Economic stability, safeguarded by ironclad fiscal rules, is our best defence against rising prices and the best way to improve living standards. We've all seen the alternative. 3 years ago, in their clamour to cut taxes for the richest, the Tories under Liz Truss crashed the economy and sent mortgage rates spiralling and brought pensions to the brink. They've been so loud, Madam Deputy Speaker, and yet I can't even hear them now. I know that the leader of the Green Party is a keen hypnotherapist, and he believes that he can achieve remarkable things using only the power of his mind. Unfortunately, the only things getting bigger under his approach would be the deficit and the rate of inflation. And for all the damage that the Conservative cuts did to our schools and our hospitals, they also doubled the national debt. Our net financial debt this year will be £2.6 trillion, 83% of GDP, meaning that today, 1 in every £10 that government spends is on debt interest. Not on paying down that debt, but just on paying the interest on the debt that we inherited from the Conservatives. My fiscal rules will get borrowing down while supporting investment. The stability rule, that day-to-day expenditure must be met through tax receipts. And the investment rule, which allows me to increase investment whilst getting debt on a downward path. Those fiscal rules are non-negotiable. I met them at the budget last year, I met them in the spring, and I have met them today. While the current budget balance is in deficit by £28.8 billion in 26-27 and £4.6 billion in 27-28, it moves into a surplus of £3.9 billion in 28-29, £21.7 billion in 29-30, and £24.6 billion in 2030-31, more than doubling our headroom against the stability rule and meeting that rule a year early too. And our net financial debt is 83.3% in 26-27, 83.6% in 27-28, 83.7% in 28-29, falling to 83.0% in 29-30 and 82.2% in 2030-31. Madam Deputy Speaker, I said we would cut the debt, and we are, with debt down by the end of the forecast. And going forwards, to support our commitment to a single fiscal event and further strengthen our economic stability, I will follow the recommendations of the International Monetary Fund by assessing the fiscal rules just once a year at the budget. Despite the challenges we face on productivity, the path of our deficit reduction remains broadly the same as in spring. Public sector net borrowing is due to be £112.1 billion, or 3.5% of GDP in 26-27, 3% in 27-28, 2.6% in 28-29, 1.9% in 29-30 and 1.9% in 2030-31, ending at £67.2 billion, translating into an increase in the net cash requirement next year of £4.2 billion, taking the total to £133.3 billion. According to the IMF, we are due to reduce borrowing more over the rest of this Parliament than any other G7 economy. The Conservatives crashed the economy, we are protecting it. The Conservatives lost control of debt, we are getting debt down. The Conservatives let inflation and interest rates go through the roof. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, since Labour took office, the Bank of England have cut interest rates 5 times. I've made my choices. Not reckless borrowing, not dangerous cuts, but stability for our economy, security for our public finances, and security for family finances too. Those are the Labour choices. Madam Deputy Speaker, Tory austerity left classrooms crumbling and waiting lists sky high, weakened our productivity and choked our economic growth. And now they propose a further £47 billion of cuts to our public services. Well, that is equivalent to cutting every police officer in our country twice over. And then there is Reform, who promise more than £100 billion of cuts, with no details of where those cuts will come from or who will pay for them. a recipe for devastating damage to our public services. People voted for Labour because they wanted roads that aren't full of potholes. They want police on our streets, and they want an NHS that is there when they need it. And we're delivering that. Waiting lists down by 230,000. And not just the 2 million additional appointments we promised, but an additional 5.2 million appointments already delivered since the general election. I joined the Labour Party almost 30 years ago because I could see that the Conservative government that I grew up under didn't care much about schools like mine. Textbooks were rationed. I know that many of you weren't at schools like mine.
There is far too much noise, far too much excitement. People need to calm down a little. Chancellor.
They don't want to hear what the Tories did to schools like mine, but I will tell them. Textbooks rationed, libraries closed, kids herded into porta cabins in the playground, and I came into politics to change that. The money that I allocated at the spending review will fix the crumbling classrooms that the Conservatives left behind and build the schools that they promised but never delivered. And today, thanks to representations from my honourable friends, the members for Wolverhampton North East and Leeds South West and Morley, I will provide £5 million for libraries in secondary schools, building on the £10 million commitment to ensure that every primary school has a school library within this Parliament. And thanks to representations from my honourable friends, the members for Bournemouth East and from Luton North, I am providing £18 million to improve and upgrade playgrounds across England. Madam Deputy Speaker, let there be no doubt that this is a government that is on the side of our kids and who will back their potential. I will not allow the legacies of Conservative neglect to stain our society. Last year, I made changes to the Mine Workers Pension Scheme to ensure that its members receive the fair pensions that they are owed. This year, with thanks to the Minister for Pensions for all his work in this subject, I can go further. I have heard representations from Labour Coalfield MPs, including my honourable friends, the members for Bassetlaw, Blythe and Ashington, Barnsley South, Mansfield and Llanelli. And today I can announce that I will transfer the Investment Reserve Fund of the British Coal Staff Superannuation Scheme to its members. The men and the women who worked in our coal industry get a fair deal in their retirement too. And more. Having heard representations from my honourable friends, the members for Banbury and the member for Edinburgh South West, I will index for inflation on pensions accrued before 1997 in the Pension Protection Fund and the Financial Assurance Scheme, so that people whose pension schemes became insolvent, no fault of their own, no longer lose out as the result of inflation. Last year, I also provided funding to compensate the victims of the infected blood scandal, after the previous government failed to budget for the costs of compensation. This year, I have listened to representations from my honourable friend, the member for Eltham and Chislehurst, and my honourable friend, the member for Edinburgh South West. And I'd like to thank the Minister for Employment for her representations over many years on this subject. As a result, I will exempt all payments from the infected blood scheme from inheritance tax, regardless of the circumstances in which those payments are passed down. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is how we should be spending taxpayers' money, on dealing with injustices and building strong public services, not on waste and inefficiency. At the spending review, I set an ambitious target of £14 billion of efficiencies per year by 2029, and I am grateful to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury for driving that work forward, realising savings through AI and automation, and by scrapping NHS England and reducing back-office staff by 18,000. At this budget, I will find a further £4.9 billion of efficiencies by 2031. Getting rid of police and crime commissioners, cutting the cost of politics and local government, and selling government assets that we no longer have any use for. These savings will be required across government, but for our National Health Service, I will reinvest all of these savings back into the care that people rely on. More nurses, more GPs, more appointments. Restoring the services that faltered under years of Conservative decline and investing in the future of our National Health Service. And today I am announcing £300 million of investment in technology to improve patient service and 250 new neighbourhood health centres. Expanding more services into communities so that people can receive treatment outside of hospitals and get better, faster care where they live. Over 100 of these will be delivered by 2030, including in Birmingham, Truro and Southall. The Labour Party founded our National Health Service, and we will renew our National Health Service. I will take the same approach for defence spending that I take to NHS spending, reinvesting savings back into our national security. In our age of insecurity, Britain will continue to stand with our allies, working in collaboration to secure a sustainable ceasefire for Ukraine, and maintaining our commitment to NATO, with the UK set to spend 2.6% of GDP on defence by April 2027. Madam Deputy Speaker, the public rightly expects that we stamp out fraud, error and waste, and put that money to good use in our schools and our hospitals and other frontline services. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, has already announced that she will claw back excess profits from the use of hotels to house asylum seekers, as we phase out the use of those hotels entirely. And we will consult on reforms to indefinite leave to remain and access to taxpayer-funded benefits. The introduction of digital ID will break the link between illegal migration and illegal working. And the HMRC and the Fair Work Agency will crack down on illicit businesses that blight our high streets and undercut illegitimate firms, enforcing the minimum wage, investigating dodgy businesses and increasing scrutiny of the gig economy, as well as tracking down fraudulent business owners who vanish without paying their taxes. And I'd like to thank my honourable friends, the members for Great Grimsby and Cleethorpes, Lee and Atherton and Kensington and Bayswater for their representations on this subject. And I'll take further steps to prevent and track down unpaid tax, which will together, these reforms will raise nearly £10 billion a year by 2030, including through new powers for HMRC to pursue the promoters of tax avoidance schemes. I am building on our successful use of targeted checks on welfare claims to root out fraud and error and prevent public money being paid to people who are not entitled to it. And I would like to thank Tom Hayhoe, the COVID Corruption Commissioner, for his work in helping to chase down nearly £400 million from dodgy pandemic spending and contracts. Contracts handed out by Tory ministers to Tory peers and Tory friends. Well, that money belongs in our schools and in our hospitals.
It is so noisy now, we can barely hear the Chancellor. Everybody needs to calm down. Chancellor.
Well, I wouldn't want any honourable member to miss this. So we are chasing down that money, and we've got almost £400 million back from dodgy pandemic spending and contracts. Tory contracts handed out by Tory ministers to Tory peers and Tory donors. Well, that money belongs in our schools and in our hospitals, and we are getting that money back. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are ramping up sanctions on Russia, and we are freezing known Russian assets. But let me be clear, I don't actually mean the honourable member for Clacton. Under the Conservatives...
Order. You don't need commentary from the backbenches, and Mr Dewhurst, you are so loud. It's remarkable how far your voice carries. Chancellor.
Under the Conservatives, the cost of our welfare system increased by nearly 1 percentage point of GDP, equivalent to £88 billion in just 5 years. The broken welfare system that we inherited wrote off millions of people as too sick to work, and we will reform that system so that it is a system that does not count the cost of failure, but one that protects people who cannot work and empowers those who can. We have brought back face-to-face assessments for disability benefits. Those are the face-to-face assessments that the Shadow Chancellor got rid of when he was Work and Pension Secretary. And our changes to universal credit will get 15,000 people back into work, a figure confirmed today. The former Health Secretary, Alan Milburn, will review the causes of rising youth inactivity, and we are already taking action. I'm grateful to the Federation of Small Businesses and Small Business Britain for their representations on apprenticeships. And today I am announcing funding to make the training for under 25 apprenticeships completely free for small and medium-sized enterprises. And funding our new youth guarantee, providing £820 million over the next 3 years to give young people who are let down by the Conservatives the support and the opportunity that they deserve. Guaranteeing every young person a place in college, an apprenticeship or personalised job support. And after 18 months, 18 to 21-year-olds will be offered paid work, not benefits. The Motability Scheme was set up to protect the most vulnerable, not to subsidise the lease on a Mercedes-Benz. And so I am making reforms that will reduce generous taxpayer subsidies, and Motability have confirmed that they will remove luxury vehicles from their scheme, getting the scheme back to its original purpose of offering cost-effective leases to disabled people. And taxpayers' money should not be spent on pensions for people abroad, who only lived here for a couple of years and may never even have paid a penny in tax. The Conservatives allowed thousands of people living abroad to buy their way into the state pension for as little as £3.50 a week, debasing the purpose of our pension system. And so I will abolish access to Class 2 voluntary national insurance contributions for people living abroad, increasing the time that someone has to live or work in Britain to 10 years and increasing the contributions that they must pay. These reforms improve our welfare system, they support our young people, protect those who need it most, and put an end to Conservative waste and unfairness. Madam Deputy Speaker, to break the cycle of austerity, we need a fair and a sustainable tax system, one that generates revenues to fund the public services that we all use, and supports investment to grow our economy. That does mean that today I am asking everyone to make a contribution. The previous Conservative government froze personal tax thresholds from 2021 to 2028. And today I will maintain all income tax and equivalent national insurance thresholds at their current level for a further 3 years from 2028. While ensuring that people...
Order! The noise is far too high. Chancellor.
The Right Honourable Lady supported these freezes when her party made them. She might want to forget about it, but the British people never will. At the same time, we are ensuring that people only in receipt of the basic or new state pension do not have to pay small amounts of tax through simple assessment from April 2027. I will also keep the Plan 2 student loan repayments threshold at its 2026-27 level for 3 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know that maintaining these thresholds is a decision that will affect working people. I said that last year, and I won't pretend otherwise now. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am asking everyone to make a contribution, but I can keep that contribution as low as possible because I will make further reforms to our tax system today to make it fairer and to ensure that the wealthiest contribute the most. The Conservatives knew that our tax system didn't work. Time and time again, they ducked the necessary reforms, leaving a system unfit for a changing economy, with unfairness that they refused to address. Currently, a landlord with an income of £25,000 will pay nearly £1,200 less in tax than their tenants with the same salary, because no national insurance is charged on property, dividend or savings income. It's not fair that the tax system treats different types of income so differently. And so I will increase the basic and higher rate of tax on property, savings and dividend income by 2 percentage points, and the additional rate of tax on property and savings income by 2 percentage points. Even after these reforms, 90% of taxpayers will still pay no tax at all on their savings. As well as narrowing the gap between the tax on income from assets and income from work, I also believe that a fair society is one where the wealthiest pay their fair share. The reforms I made last year will raise an additional £8 billion a year by 2020-30 from wealth. I increased taxes last year on private equity, private schools and private jets. I abolished the non-dom tax regime. And this year, I will make 2 changes to cap trust charges and prevent avoidance. I reformed inheritance tax on agricultural and business assets. And this year, I am aligning those reforms with wider inheritance tax rules by allowing the transfer of the 100% relief allowance between spouses, balancing the taxation of these valuable assets with the realities of family life. In this budget, I will take further steps to deal with a long-standing source of wealth inequality in our country. A Band D home in Darlington or Blackpool pays just under £2,400 in council tax, nearly £300 more than a £10 million mansion in Mayfair. And so, from 2028, I am introducing the high-value council tax surcharge in England, an annual £2,500 charge for properties worth more than £2 million, rising to £7,500 for properties worth more than £5 million. This will be collected alongside council tax, levied on owners, and we will consult on options for support or deferral. This new surcharge will raise over £400 million by 2031 and will be charged on less than the top 1% of properties. Madam Deputy Speaker, reliefs in our tax system cost the taxpayer billions of pounds a year, but many of them no longer serve their original purpose. The government rightly provides generous tax relief for people paying into a pension, relieving income tax on all contributions and on the investment itself, as well as national insurance relief on employer contributions, at a cost of over £70 billion a year to the Exchequer. This budget makes no changes to those reliefs or to the tax-free lump sum. But salary sacrifice for pensions, which was intended to be a small part of our pension system, is forecast to almost treble in cost to other taxpayers, from £2.8 billion in 2017 to £8 billion by 2030, with the greatest benefit going to the highest earners, or to those in the financial services sector putting their bonuses into pensions tax-free, while those on the minimum wage or those whose employers don't offer salary sacrifice don't benefit at all. That is not sustainable for our public finances, putting pressure on the tax that everyone else pays. And so I am introducing a £2,000 cap on salary sacrifice into a pension, with contributions above that taxed in the same way as other employee pension contributions. That is a pragmatic step so that people, especially on low and middle incomes, can continue to use salary sacrifice for their pension without paying any more in tax than they do now, and to give individuals and employers time to adjust to these new arrangements. These changes will come into effect in 2029. The coalition government introduced 100% relief from capital gains tax on business sales made to employee ownership trusts, creating a route for gains to go completely untaxed when businesses are sold. I will reduce that relief to 50%, retaining a strong incentive for employee-owned companies. And as we work towards doubling the size of the cooperative economy, the Department for Business and Trade will launch a call for evidence on how we can better support co-ops to grow. Because of the changes that I have made to capital gains tax this year and last year, receipts are forecast to increase from £14 billion this year to £30 billion by 2030. To support our high streets, I am announcing a package of regulatory changes as called for by UK Hospitality and the British Retail Consortium. And I will support the Great British Pub through our new national licensing framework, encouraging councils to back our pubs and to back late-night venues with greater freedoms. For business rates, I will introduce permanently lower tax rates for over 750,000 retail, hospitality and leisure properties, the lowest rates since 1991, paid for through higher rates on properties worth more than £500,000, like the warehouses used by online giants. Alongside this, I will introduce a package of support worth over £4.3 billion over the next 3 years for a property of any size seeing a large increase in their bill. And to support a level playing field in retail, I will stop online firms from undercutting our high street businesses by ensuring customs duty applies on parcels of any value. I will reform our motoring taxes, exempting search and rescue vehicles from vehicle excise duty as called for by my honourable friends, the member for the Western Isles and for Whitehaven and Workington. And because all cars contribute to the wear and tear on our roads, I will ensure that drivers are taxed according to how much they drive and not just by the type of car they own, by introducing the electric vehicle excise duty on electric cars. This will be payable each year alongside vehicle excise duty at 3p per mile for electric cars and 1.5p for plug-in hybrids, helping us to double road maintenance funding in England over the course of this Parliament. And alongside this, I am providing support to boost our British car industry, increasing the threshold for the expensive car supplement on electric vehicles to £50,000, saving over 1 million motorists £440 a year. Providing £1.3 billion additional funding for the electric car grant, extending it to 2030 and taking total funding to £2 billion, as well as delaying changes to the employee car ownership scheme. In addition, we're investing a further £200 million to accelerate the rollout of EV charging, as well as 100% business rates relief for EV charge points for the next decade, with thanks to my honourable friend, the member for Camborne and Redruth, for his representations on this policy. And I will improve competition in our taxi industry by ending ride-hailing companies' use of a discount scheme intended for coach tours, as called for by Steve McNamara, the General Secretary of the Licensed Taxi Drivers Association, legislating to restrict access so that everyone pays fairly and protecting £700 million of tax revenue each year. I am responding to our consultation on landfill tax, and listening to representations, particularly from our house building industry. I will not converge towards a single rate, but I will prevent the gap between the two rates from widening to balance the need to address tax avoidance in the current structure. I will today publish Ray McCann's report into the loan charge along with the government's response, setting out a new settlement opportunity that will finally allow people to finalise their position and draw a line under this long-standing issue. And I'd like to thank my honourable friend, the member for Milton Keynes Central, for her representations on this subject. I will continue with the planned uprating for tobacco duties that I set out last year and uprate alcohol duties by inflation, along with our plans to introduce a vaping products duty in 2026 and changes to the soft drinks industry levy announced by my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, yesterday. And I'd like to thank the Exchequer Secretary to the Treasury for his work on all the tax measures in this budget. I will also reform gambling taxes in response to the rise in online gambling. Remote gaming is associated with the highest levels of harm. And so I am increasing remote gaming duty from 21% to 40%. With duty on online betting increasing from 15% to 25%. I am making no change to the taxes on in-person gambling or on horse racing. And I am abolishing bingo duty entirely from April next year. Taken together, my reforms to gambling tax will raise over £1 billion per year by 2031. As a result of the tax reforms I have made today, I can confirm that I will not be increasing national insurance, the basic, higher or additional rates of income tax or VAT. And I have kept everyone's contribution as low as possible through reforms to make our tax system stronger, closing loopholes, ensuring that the wealthiest pay their share, and building a tax system that is fairer for the future as our economy changes. On the day I became Chancellor, I said that I would judge my time in office a success if I knew that ordinary children from working-class backgrounds were living more fulfilling lives. Their horizons expanded, their potential realised. I joined the Labour Party, I came into politics, because I believe that every child has equal worth and deserves an equal chance to achieve their promise. The biggest barrier to equal opportunity is child poverty. Because for every child that grows up in poverty, our society pays a triple cost. The first and the heaviest is to the child. Going to school hungry, waking up in a cold home, or in another B&B. While other children enjoy the advantages of parents with time to help with homework, the quiet space at home to work in, too many go without. And there is also the cost of supporting a family in poverty, which ends up in the lap of overstretched councils, who can do no more than shunt them into temporary accommodation at huge cost to local taxpayers. Then there is the future cost, to our economy and to our society, of wasted talent and a welfare system that bears the cost of failure for decades to come. Young people with so much to contribute, but whose potential is suffocated early by limited life chances and missed opportunities, struggling to make their way in a society that did not look out for them. I don't intend to preside over a status quo that punishes children for the circumstances of their birth and demands that we all pay 3 times over for it. Since last July, we've rolled out free breakfast clubs in schools. We're expanding free school meals to 500,000 more kids, lifting 100,000 children out of poverty as we do it. We've passed the Renters' Rights Act and we've extended the childcare offer. And I'm proud of all of that. But it's not enough. Because there is one policy that pushes kids into poverty more than any other. It was introduced by the party opposite. They said it would save money and that it would bring about behavioural change, disincentivising poorer families from having more children. Well, even on its own terms, it failed. The welfare bill has continued to rise, and there's been no difference in the size of families. But what it has done is to push hundreds of thousands of children into poverty since it was introduced. They said they were punishing parents' choices, but it's the kids who have paid the price. They've paid the price for the policies of a party which opted for cynical gimmicks over real savings in our welfare system. I understand that many families are finding times hard and that many kids have had to make difficult choices when it comes to having kids. And there are many reasons why people choose to have children and then find themselves in difficult times. The death of a partner, separation, ill health, a lost job. I don't believe that children should have to bear the brunt of that. And neither can I, in good conscience, leave in place the vile policy known as the rape clause, requiring women to prove if their child has been conceived non-consensually to receive support. I'm proud to be Britain's first female Chancellor of the Exchequer. I take the responsibilities that come with that seriously. I will not tolerate the grotesque indignity of women of the rape clause any longer. It is dehumanising, it is cruel, and I will remove it from the statute book. And so because I am tackling fraud and error in our welfare system, because I am cracking down on tax avoidance, because I am reforming gambling taxation, I can announce today, fully costed and fully funded, the removal of the two-child limit in full from April. This side of the house. It's amazing what people get so angry about, and we've seen their true colours today. The thing they get angry about is lifting children out of poverty.
Order. Our constituents will want to hear the Chancellor.
I think our constituents have heard all they need to from the party opposites today. We on this side of the House do not believe that the solution to a broken welfare system is to punish the most vulnerable. We are lifting 450,000 children out of poverty with the end of the two-child limit. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, combined with other actions we are taking, this Labour government is achieving the biggest reduction in child poverty over a parliament since records began. That is the difference that this Labour government is making. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know how worried families are about the cost of everything. Worried that their money won't stretch to the end of the month. Worried that price... I think if you've got a house that's worth £5 million a year, you can probably afford it. But you get more exercise about reducing child poverty than you do about the richest paying more. Under this government, wages have risen by more since we were elected than in 10 years under the last government, with lower interest rates already saving families £1,200 a year off a typical new mortgage, compared to that to when Liz Truss was Prime Minister. But I know that people still face pressure on their budgets day to day and week to week. And where there is more to do, where we can provide relief, we are doing it. Extending the bus fare cap, cracking down on rip-off price hikes, freezing prescription charges and freezing rail fares for the first time in 30 years. I am increasing the basic and new state pension by 4.8%, an increase of £440 per year for the basic state pension, and an increase of £575 per year for the new state pension, in line with our commitment to the triple lock. At the election, we promised a genuine living wage, and we are delivering it. At the budget last year, I increased the national minimum wage and the national living wage, and I am doing the same this year too. Accepting the recommendations of the Low Pay Commission in full, and increasing the minimum wage for 18 to 20-year-olds from £10 to £10.85 an hour. and increasing the living wage from £12.21 to £12.71 an hour. Under current plans, the temporary 5p cut to fuel duty that was introduced during the pandemic will come to an end in April, and fuel duty will be uprated in line with inflation. But I know that the cost of travelling to and from work is still too expensive. And so I am extending the 5p cut until September 2026. And because I know that changes in wholesale prices are not always passed on to motorists, I am bringing in new rules to mandate petrol forecourts to share real-time price rises through a new fuel finder, empowering drivers to find the cheapest fuel, calling out rip-offs and strengthening competition, saving the average household £40 a year. Madam Deputy Speaker, one of the greatest drivers of the rising cost of living is the cost of energy prices. The cause of high energy bills must be tackled at source, and so we are investing in energy security, in nuclear and renewable energy, and in insulation through our Warm Homes Plan. But that's not enough when people are struggling with energy bills today. The Conservatives' Eco Scheme was presented as a plan to tackle fuel poverty. It costs households £1.7 billion a year on their bills. And for 97% of families in fuel poverty, the scheme, get this, has cost them more than it's saved. It is a failed scheme, and so I am scrapping it, along with taking other legacy costs off bills. And as a result, I can tell you today that for every family, we are keeping our promise to get energy bills down and cut the cost of living. With £150 cut from the average household bill from April next year. Money off bills and in the pockets of working people, that is my choice. Not to neglect Britain's energy security like the Tories did, not to leave working families to bear the brunt of high prices like the Tories did, but to get energy costs down now and in the future. That is the Labour choice. And Madam Deputy Speaker, one more thing. Because of our action on bills and on prices, as a direct result of this budget, the Office for Budget Responsibility confirmed today that inflation is coming down faster and will be a full 0.4 percentage points lower next year. That's the benefit of a Labour government cutting the cost of living. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government is changing our country. In the face of challenges on our productivity, I will grow our economy through stability, investment and reform. I've met my fiscal rules and built our economic resilience for the future. I have asked everyone to contribute, yes, for the security of our country and the brightness of its future. But I have kept that contribution as low as possible by reforming our tax system, making it fairer and stronger for the future. I have protected our NHS, maintaining public investment and driving efficiency in government spending. I've taken action on our broken welfare system, rooting out waste and lifting children out of poverty. And I have cut the cost of living, with money off bills and prices frozen, all while keeping every single one of our manifesto commitments. Those are my choices.
Order. Mr. Rankin, Ms. Moulton, your voice carries right across the chamber. Right across the chamber. Try and take a breath every so often. Chancellor.
Those are my choices. Not austerity, not reckless borrowing, but cutting the debt, cutting waiting lists and cutting the cost of living. Those are Labour choices, promised and delivered by this budget, promised and delivered by this Labour government. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
Under Standing Order number 51, the first motion, entitled Provisional Collection of Taxes, must be decided without debate. Will the Chancellor of the Exchequer please move formally? Chancellor, please move formally.
Formally.
The question is that pursuant to Section 5 of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968, provisional statutory effect shall be given to the following motions. Stamp duty reserve tax, UK listing relief, motion number 60. Rates of tobacco products duty, motion number 65. As many of their opinions say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion entitled Income Tax Charge. It is on this motion that the debate will take place today and on the succeeding days. The questions on this motion and on the remaining motions will be put at the end of the budget debate on Tuesday, the 2nd of December. I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to move the motion formally.
Formally.
The question is that income tax is charged for the tax year 2026-27, and it is declared that this and is expedient in the public interest that this resolution should have statutory effect under the provisions of the Provisional Collections of Taxes Act 1968. I now call the Leader of the Opposition. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I congratulate the Right Honourable Lady on delivering her second budget. I hope she enjoyed it, because it really should be her last. What a total humiliation. A total humiliation.
Can colleagues who are exiting the chamber do so swiftly so we can focus on the Leader of the Opposition? Swiftly exit, quietly. Right. Leader of the Opposition.
It's a total humiliation, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, she put up taxes by £40 billion, the biggest tax rate in British history. She promised that she wouldn't be back for more. She swore it was a one-off. She told everyone that from now on, it would be stability and she would pay for everything with growth. Today, she has broken every single one of those promises. If she had any decency, she would resign. At the last budget, she said she was proud to be the country's first ever female Chancellor. After this budget, she will go down as the country's worst ever Chancellor.
And the Chief Whip in particular knows that we don't allow clapping in the chamber. Leader of the Opposition.
Today she has announced a new tax rate of £26 billion. They're all cheering. Household income is down. Spending policies in this budget increase borrowing in every year. That smorgasbord of misery we just heard from her can be summed up in one sentence. Labour are hiking taxes to pay for welfare. This is a budget for Benefit Street, Madam Deputy Speaker, paid for by working people. This budget increases benefits for 560,000 families by an average of £5,000. They are hiking taxes on workers, pensioners and savers to pay for handouts to keep their backbenchers quiet. These are the same, yes, they can chanter all they like. These are the same backbenchers, Madam Deputy Speaker, who cheered last year when she taxed jobs and left more than 100,000 people without an income. They cheered because they didn't understand the consequences of what they were doing, and they still don't. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not been an easy time for the Chancellor. No one liked seeing her sitting on those benches as it dawned on her that her own backbenchers were going to do to her political career what she's done to our economy. But she could have chosen today to bring down welfare spending and get more people into work. Instead, she has chosen to put up tax tax after tax after tax, taxes on workers, taxes on savers, taxes on pensioners, taxes on investors, taxes on homes, holidays, cars, I think even milkshakes, taxes on anyone doing the right thing. She and this government have lost what little credibility they had left, and no one will ever trust her again. What's amazing, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that she has the nerve to come to this House and claim this is all someone else's fault. A laundry list of excuses. Yes. Madam Deputy Speaker, they blame the Conservatives as if we've been sneaking into the Treasury under the cover of darkness to give pay rises to the unions. She inherited an economy with inflation at 2% and record high employment. She has tanked it in just over a year. Endless excuses. She blames Brexit. She blames Donald Trump. She needs to blame herself. And I've got some news for her. The Chancellor didn't seem to understand what the OBR was saying. Inflation is up, not down, and that inflation was stoked by her tax and spend decisions. The economic fiscal outlook says that they expect inflation to stay higher for longer. Everybody else has read it. She still hasn't read the OBR analysis. She blames higher than expected borrowing costs. Where does she think they came from? Those borrowing costs are driven by her lack of grip. She is paying more, you're saying us, she's paying more to borrow than Greece. She is paying more to borrow than at any point under the 14 years of Conservative government. Perhaps if Labour MPs read a book sometimes, they would know something. That includes an energy crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, under us we had an energy crisis sparked by a war in Ukraine and a global pandemic. What is her excuse? What is her excuse? She is taking the public for fools, but they are under no illusions whose fault this is. The fact is, the bad choices she is making today, choices to break promises, choices to put up taxes, choices to spend more of other people's money, are because of the bad choices she made at the last disastrous budget. If you want growth, you need to start with knowing what kind of country you want to be and make a plan to get there. Create certainty for the people and businesses who will drive growth. There is no growth and no plan because Labour focused on settling scores and scratching the itches they had in opposition. She promised stability, she delivered chaos. Just look at the circus around this budget. First the leaks, then more leaks to try to undo the damage. Calling panicky press conferences, U-turning on her U-turns, rolling the pitch one day only to plough through it the next. She had the cheek to talk about stability, Madam Deputy Speaker. She has become the first Chancellor in history to release the whole budget ahead of time. This is extraordinary. It tells you everything you need to know about her grip on the Treasury. She's making the UK a shambolic laughingstock to international investors, and if she doesn't resign for breaking her promises, she should sure as hell go for this. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, what have we got for all this chaos and disorder? There are 1 million more people claiming universal credit than there were at the time of the last budget. Government spending, up. Welfare spending, up. Universal credit claimants, up. Unemployment, up. Debt interest, up. Inflation, up. And what about the things that you want to go up? What about the things you want to go up? Growth, down. Investment, down. Business confidence, down. The credibility of the Chancellor, and not just down, through the floor. These figures are shocking. Does she really think that anyone will be confused by the sleight of her hand that she had in her speech? Her speech today was an exercise in self-delusion. Today, she had an opportunity to apologise and show some humility. Instead, we've been fed puff pieces in the Times and the FT showing a woman wallowing in self-pity, whining about mansplaining and misogyny. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me explain to the Chancellor. Woman...
Order. Colleagues need to simmer down, most definitely, and just breathe a little and allow the legal opposition to be heard. Legal opposition.
All we've had is wallowing in self-pity and whining about misogyny and mansplaining. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me explain to the Chancellor, woman to woman. People out there aren't complaining because she's female, they're complaining because she is utterly incompetent. Real equality means being held to the same standard as everyone else. It means being judged on results. Take her bright idea, the Office for Value for Money. It's been closed down because it didn't save a penny. In fact, it cost the taxpayer £1.6 million. You couldn't make this stuff up. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've identified a way to save taxpayers huge amounts of money by sacking just one person, the woman sitting opposite. The ex-chief economist of the Bank of England was not mansplaining. He wasn't mansplaining when he said the uncertainty around today's budget is the single biggest reason growth has flatlined. What did the Chancellor think would happen when she went on breakfast telly to do an emergency public service announcement? I interrupt your Cheerios to bring you this frightening message about income tax. And then, unbelievably, she changed her mind 3 days later. No wonder people are in despair. She says she wants people to respect her.
Order. Conservative colleagues are drowning out the Leader of the Opposition speech, so just be mindful nobody will be able to hear her at home. Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Deputy Speaker, she says she wants people to respect her. Respect is earned. She apparently told Labour MPs this week, I'll show the media, I'll show the Tories, I will not let them beat me. Show us what? Making stuff up at the dispatch box, incompetence, chaos, and the highest tax burden in history. She said to them, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll be there on Wednesday, I'll be there next year, and I'll be back the year after that. God help us. She is spineless, shameless, and completely aimless. Talk to any business. Talk to someone looking for a job. Unemployment is up every single month since Labour have been in office. They don't want to hear it, but it's true. They're shouting and complaining they cannot create jobs. It is the worst year for graduate recruitment on record. Are they proud of this? Companies like Merck and Ineos slashing investment plan.
Order. If you're on the front bench, I can obviously see you, Mr. Kyle. And there's no need for you to be chuntering this loud. They can see and hear you as well. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. They don't want to hear the truth, but I'm speaking for all of those people out there who are sick of this government. Companies like Merck and Ineos are slashing investment plans. The construction sector has shrunk. How is that house building target going, by the way? I'll tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, they are miles behind and won't even come close to what we achieved. Business confidence is at record lows. No wonder today future growth has been revised down in every year of the scorecard. The papers are reporting that 1 in 8 business leaders is planning to leave Britain. Even one of Labour's biggest ever donors, Lakshmi Mittal, has fled the country.
Fled. With a passport.
What we have in front of us is a budget littered with broken promises. She stood on a manifesto which promised better returns for UK savers. Today, she's putting up taxes on savings, on salary sacrifice even. She promised to give pensioners the security and retirement they deserve. Today, she slapped higher taxes on people saving for their pension. She promised to make Britain the best place in the world to invest and do business. Today, she has raised the dividend tax rates. She and the Prime Minister had already broken their promise to freeze council tax, but today she's decided to go even further, introducing a new property tax clobbering family homes that will only raise small amounts. This is Labour's Britain. This is Labour's Britain. People who work hard, Madam Deputy Speaker, people who work hard and save hard to buy their homes get taxed more, while those who don't work, who in some cases refuse to work, get their accommodation paid for by taxpayers. And then to top it all off, because taxing your home, your car, your savings and your pension wasn't enough, she has, by her own admission, broken her manifesto promise on income tax. Because in the last budget, she said, and I quote, "I am keeping every single promise on tax that I made in our manifesto, so there will be no extension of the freeze in income tax thresholds." She said in that budget that extending the threshold freeze would hurt working people and take money out of their payslips. But today, she has done exactly that. Why should anyone believe anything she's promised in this budget? And so where is the money going? Small changes to rail fares and prescriptions, these are distractions while she steals your wallet. The real story here, Madam Deputy Speaker, the real story is that Labour have lost control of welfare spending. Not only will working people have their tax thresholds frozen while benefits go up in line with inflation, not only have Labour abandoned reforms that would have saved the taxpayer £5 billion after pressure from these backbenchers, today they have added another £3 billion to the bill by scrapping the two-child benefit cap. We introduced that cap, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it means people on benefits have to make the same decisions about having children as everyone else. Even Labour voters know that it strikes the right balance between supporting people who are struggling and protecting taxpayers who are struggling themselves. Just this summer, the Chancellor admitted that lifting the two-child benefit cap was not affordable. But that was before the Prime Minister accidentally fired the starting gun on the race to replace him. So now he and the Chancellor are buying the votes of their own MPs with taxpayers' money. If she wants to reduce child poverty, she should stop taxing their parents and stop destroying their jobs. She congratulated herself on a new tax on landlords. Let me tell her this. Hiking tax on landlords will only push up rents. It will push landlords out of the market. The people who will suffer are the tenants. And then she talks about taxes on electric vehicles. These changes will hit rural drivers the hardest, but we know that Labour don't care about rural people. All this budget delivers is higher taxes and out-of-control spending. Nobody voted for this. The Chancellor must take responsibility. She chose to impose the jobs tax, driving unemployment higher month after month. She chose to abandon welfare reform, meaning the benefits bill is spiralling. She chose to spend more and more money she didn't have, leaving taxpayers to foot the bill. She is out of money, out of ideas, out of her depth, and she has run out of road. The country simply cannot afford a Chancellor who can't keep her own promises. Her position is untenable, and she knows it. She's talking to the Chancellor. Is he mansplaining to you, by the way? Is he mansplaining? Do you want some help? Would you like some help? What the Prime Minister should do is grow a backbone and sack her. But he won't, because he knows if she goes down, he goes down with her. So we're stuck with them both, Laurel and foolhardy. Does she have any sympathy for the people facing Christmas without a salary because of her jobs tax? For the retailers who are suffering sleepless nights because of their plummeting Christmas sales? People out there are crying. Last year, we had the horrors of the Halloween budget. This year, it's the nightmare before Christmas. And as for her, she's the unwelcome Christmas guest, 10 minutes through the door, and she's eaten all the Quality Street, Madam Deputy Speaker. But let me tell the Chancellor something she has forgotten. Behind every line in today's Red Book is a family, a home, a lifetime of work and sacrifice. People are frightened, and they have every reason to be. The Chancellor has spent the last year terrifying them. Every decision that she and the Prime Minister make puts more pressure on the people who keep this country going. If Labour are the party of working people, why is it that every day under them, thousands more people are signing off work and onto benefits? It's Conservatives who are the party of work. The Labour Party should be renamed the Welfare Party. And they are making a mistake. The British public don't want higher welfare spending. They want people in work providing for themselves. They want to live in a country where hard work pays, where what you put in reflects what you get out. And we agree with them. There is an alternative. We Conservatives have set it out. This budget could have saved £47 billion, including £23 billion from welfare. She could have applied our golden economic rule, allocating half of those savings to cutting the deficit and using the rest to cut taxes. Oh, they're all pretending they're not listening. It's the shame of the mess they've made. It's the shame of the mess they've made.
Order. Mr. Vince. Mr. Thompson, you're so enthusiastic. I was worried you were going to knock Mr. War off his chair a moment ago, so we need to calm down and breathe, and we need to ensure that we can hear the Leader of the Opposition. Kemi Badenoch.
Even the dog is laughing at the Chancellor, Madam Deputy Speaker. She could have applied our golden economic rule, allocating half of those savings to cutting the deficit, using the rest to cut taxes. She could have abolished stamp duty on homes to get the housing market moving, abolished business rates on shops to breathe life into our high streets. She could have introduced our cheap power plan. It saves a lot more money than what she announced would bring down energy costs for homes and businesses. That's what she should have done. She should be on the side of people who get up and go to work, people who take a risk to start a company, people working all hours to keep their business afloat. She should be on the side of the farmer, trying to hand something over to the next generation. The investor, deciding whether to spend their money in the UK or elsewhere. She should be on the side of the young person, looking for their first job. The saver, doing the right thing and putting money away for a rainy day. The pensioner, trying to enjoy a decent retirement. This country works when you make the country work for them. Only the Conservatives are on their side, Madam Deputy Speaker, and our plan for them is simple. Bring down energy costs, cut spending, cut tax, back business, and get Britain working again.
Colleagues are exiting. Can they do so quietly and quickly before we come to our first backbench contribution? Quietly and quickly. Other colleagues who are trying to catch my eye should return to their seats. I have noticed them bobbing. And we come to the chair of the Select Committee. We come to Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, it seems like some ways a very long time since 2022. Remember that, where we had a Prime Minister and a Chancellor who put this country in hock to the bond markets, made mortgages rise and put the British public through living hell. What a contrast with my right honourable friend today, who has put money into the NHS, is backing investment in our country, supporting start-ups and supporting the British public in a difficult cost of living crisis caused by the party opposite. And while I want to go into what the Chancellor said today, I cannot let go without making some comments about the Right Honourable Member for Essex, the Leader of the Opposition. Who was shambolic, Madam Deputy Speaker? Them. Under them, mortgages went up. And we saw children entering in poverty in greater numbers. So who is the party that created child poverty? Them, not us. And who is the party that has consistently talked down this country since the election, being negative on every stage and downgrading people's confidence in our country? Who is the party of zero-hours contracts? The party opposite. And who is the party that failed consistently to invest in our schools? The party opposite. And the NHS, and our prisons, and our justice system. Under them, this country spiralled. And I spent a decade under the last government looking at public spending in the privileged role of chair of the Public Accounts Committee. I saw those mistakes close up. I saw the big nasties left, whichever government was elected in July last year. And I commend my right honourable friend for tackling those challenges. And the productivity that we've seen challenges on as a result of the OBR's decisions has been low since 2010. And who was in government since 2010? The party opposite. So they left the legacy, they left the big nasties, and it's now this government's job to clear it up. But amid all the noise, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must remember that the markets are listening, and we need to all be responsible. Government, opposition, every member of this House. And while speculation always swirls around a budget, and that is inevitable because we're all lobbying on behalf of our constituents, our local businesses and every other group that we represent, quite rightly, to persuade our government to do the things that we want to see. And we're all impatient to see those things happen yesterday. That's why we got elected, to make change. But the leaks that have happened around this budget have been very unfortunate. And I do hope my right honourable friend will grapple with this and make sure that it doesn't happen again. And the most recent leak of the OBR data, moments before her budget, is undermining for us all. So we will be raising that with the Office for Budget Responsibility when they appear in front of the Select Committee next week. But the Treasury Select Committee looked at a number of the issues that were being speculated around the budget: child poverty, gambling tax, cash ISAs, and others. And I'm grateful that my right honourable friend has tackled some of these. I wanted to touch first on cash ISAs. We, in a report, recommended that the Chancellor didn't reduce the limit on cash ISAs from £20,000, and she's reduced it not from the 10 that was being mooted, but to 12. The concern is that for short-term savers, there can be a real issue there. And with targeted support coming next year and work on the advice guidance boundary, there is an opportunity to bring the British public into a more investing environment and to make them invest or encourage them to invest more. But after so many years, when we've all been warned that your capital is at risk, like on the cigarette packets, that you might die if you smoke, it takes a long time to turn that culture around. I do want to pay tribute to the financial inclusion and literacy campaign that the Financial Times backs, which is running a programme in Shoreditch Park City Academy in my constituency over 3 years, with years 7, 8 and 9, to encourage them to teach them about financial literacy. Yeah. They will be the investors of the future, but it will take some time for those young people to get to the point where they invest. So I am pleased that the Chancellor did exempt over 65s from this limit, because that short-term saving is important, and particularly for that age group that is planning for retirement or indeed in retirement. Yeah. I really welcome her support for start-ups. In my constituency, this is a huge issue, and widening enterprise support, something that I know my sister committee, the Business and Trade Committee, will no doubt be looking at. And encouraging companies to list in London, absolutely right. The 3-year stamp duty relief will hopefully be enough to encourage that. We've seen too many companies listing elsewhere, and we need them here in the UK to grow our economy and create those jobs. There's a lot of technical issues around reviews of business tax, which I'm sure we will be looking over. We're putting our slide rule across all of the measures in the budget today. I note that the Chancellor is talking about 4.9% million of efficiencies by government departments by 2031. That is going to be a potential challenge, and so I think the Public Accounts Committee, another sister committee, will no doubt be looking at that alongside the Treasury Select Committee. But I'm really pleased that she's pursuing, giving HMRC more powers to pursue promoters of tax avoidance schemes. We know what the problems have been there, and the Treasury Select Committee has the privilege and responsibility of challenging His Majesty's Revenue and Customs regularly, and they will be in front of us in January, and we'll be able to ask them more about that then. But for me, one of the central planks for me as a constituency MP of why we needed a Labour government, because of what the other party did to children living in poverty. There are 4.5 million children in poverty in this country. That's gone up by almost 1 million since 2012. 2 million of them are in deep poverty, and that's 1 in 3 children living below the poverty line in 2025 in the United Kingdom. Children are sharing beds with their siblings or parents turning up to school tired, and every weekend I visit people in my constituency and I see this challenge. Just last weekend, a woman showed me the bedroom she shares with her now disabled husband because he had a stroke 3 years ago. And she has a curtain between their double bed and a narrow space so her daughter can share their room, while in their case, luckily, they have a second bedroom where her 2 sons sleep in a bunk bed. That is the reality for so many children, and the poverty impacts their learning and their ability perform in the world. And it is a shameful stain on this country that when this government entered power, the UK ranks 37th out of 39 advanced economies on child poverty. I will certainly go away.
Really grateful to it. I agree with everything she just said about child poverty and welcome the lifting of the cap. But is there a little bit of a blind spot for this government on rural poverty? Government figures themselves show by the end of next year the average hill farmer will earn barely just above half the national minimum wage. Is she as disappointed as I am that the government has not tackled this in the budget and indeed got rid of the family farm tax, which is going to tax many of them out of existence altogether?
The honourable gentleman is a veritable champion for his constituency and for rural issues. I think there are very big, important changes here in the minimum wage and the living wage, which will have an impact, and there's lots that could be welcomed for rural areas too. But I recognise that his constituency and mine sometimes have very different challenges, and I welcome the fact that he does champion that here. Obviously, I haven't had a chance to look through the Red Book and the Blue Book at this point, but we will bear that in mind on the committee. But 70% of children in poverty are in working families. So the idea that the chutzpah of the Leader of the Opposition to stand up and say this is a lifestyle choice for people really makes my blood boil. 60% of households hit by the limit are in work, and 15% of affected families are mothers with babies too young for work. And then, and my right honourable friend said it better than any of us could, the Victorian rape clause, the humiliation that women face, that affects notionally 3,600 women, but we heard evidence in the Treasury Select Committee of women who will not put themselves or their children through that humiliation. And any policy that required a workaround like that is outdated and long needed to be gone. And I commend my right honourable friend. And there's been further investment in young people. Certainly.
I thank her for a forensic analysis of our budget, but will she take an intervention from the Leader of the Opposition so she can apologise for this awful policy and its impact?
Well, it is interesting that they're doubling down, the opposition is doubling down on this policy, which is humiliating people. And let's be clear, the birth rate in this country has fallen year on year for the last 3 years. It is well below where it needs to be. I think only in Luton is it actually at 2.1%, which is about where it needs to be. Well, actually, it's a bit lower than where it needs to be. This is a real crisis for this country in the long term. So it's absolutely right that my right honourable friend is investing in the future of Britain. These young people may be poor. In my constituency, they're poor, but they are not, no poverty of ambition there. Children I met when I was elected 20 years ago are now doctors, are barristers, are enterprising business people. In spite of the challenges they face, just think about the ones who didn't get there because they didn't overcome the challenges of deep-seated poverty. So we should invest in our young people, and that is what this government is doing, including with the apprenticeships and the youth guarantee and the 9 youth hubs in London, one of which is in my constituency. And I really welcome that my right honourable friend listened to the Treasury Select Committee on the gambling taxation regime. We're a cross-party committee, but we had a unanimous report saying that there was a real issue about the lower tax on online gaming and because of the relative harm that that caused compared to going to the races or popping along to your local betting shop. So I very much welcome my right honourable friend's decision to do that, which is contributing to that, the payment to take out those children out of poverty. I do on the lifetime, the ISA changes. I just wonder, I caution to my right honourable friend that I hope that the Treasury is watching very closely the impact on mortgage lending by building societies, because in the evidence we heard that was a concern. And if we want to get people into their own homes with the building that's going to be going on, we need to make sure that those mortgages are available to them. So I hope that the Treasury is in ongoing dialogue on that issue, despite this change having been made. But we now need to recognise some of the challenges as well about green taxes. And I haven't had a chance to go through the Red Book in the time since the Chancellor sat down. But I very much welcome my right honourable friend's bold and necessary decision to take on the challenge of the reduction in fuel duty as people move to electric vehicles. This has been a point of debate for at least the last decade or so. Certainly on the time that I was on the Public Accounts Committee, we kept challenging the Treasury about how they're going to fill that gap. And my right honourable friend has been bold and right to challenge that. It's a difficult one to grapple with, but she's great that she's done that, and I think we need to be, we'll look forward to hearing more about that. And in terms of supporting people because of the cost of living, the freeze on rail fares, keeping the bus fare cap, these are things that help people get to work. And the ongoing freeze on fuel duty will help with that too. And the increase in the minimum wage and the living wage are vital. In my constituency, some people work 4 jobs over 7 days just to make ends meet. If they're lucky to have a council tenancy, even on those salaries, it's hard to make ends meet. If you try to go into the private sector, completely unaffordable if you're on that kind of income. And yet contrast that with people who earn enough to work 4 days a week because they can afford to do so. I'm not criticising them for that life choice, but that is the challenge and the difference that's faced. So the challenge on, there's been a lot of discussion, of course, about a high value property tax. In my constituency, on a rough calculation, around 1% of properties are worth over 2 million in central London. So when the opposition scream foul on this, I think in zone 1 and 2 in central London, right on the edge of the city, 10 minutes from Liverpool Street, around 1% of people will face that surcharge. That is a small price to pay when next door our families are living in the deepest poverty that I have described. And it's great to see some movement on energy bills, which is having a really, really big impact. There's a lot more detail in this budget, which the Treasury Select Committee will be looking at over the next couple of weeks, and we look forward to welcoming the Chancellor to the committee on the 10th of December, where we will both ask her to explain, but we will also challenge her, as is our proper constitutional responsibility, about the detail of her budget.
I call the Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we're looking forward to the Treasury Select Committee challenging the government on the details. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government was elected on a promise of tackling the cost of living and growing the economy, and this is the second budget where it's failed to do either. For millions of people struggling with higher bills, all this budget really offers is higher taxes. The OBR sets it out in black and white. Disposable income, living standards are down thanks to this budget. Surely the Chancellor should have learned from her first failed budget that you can't tax your way to growth. Under the Conservatives, the UK's tax burden reached its highest level since 1948 and it hit the economy. Yet under this budget, the tax burden will hit an all-time high. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is an alternative to all these Conservative and Labour taxes, and the shocking reality is the government knows it, and that's a new trade deal with Europe. A major new deal to cut the cost of living and grow our economy. The truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, Boris Johnson's Brexit deal has cost the Treasury £90 billion a year in lower tax revenue. Imagine if the Chancellor had adopted our plan to reverse those Brexit costs. Imagine how much more we could be helping families and pensioners across our country with the cost of living. Imagine how we could be ending the cost of living crisis today.
Order. I made it very clear earlier on, and you're a senior member of the House. No intervention should be made, nor will be taken.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm happy to talk to him in the tea room afterwards. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government know the damage the Conservative reform Brexit deal has done to every family and every business across our country. And yet they choose to reject the single biggest policy for ending the cost of living crisis, turbocharging economic growth and boosting tax revenues without raising tax. A new trade deal with Europe, properly fixing our broken relationship with Europe with a new customs union. Growing our economy by freeing British businesses from the costs, barriers and red tape favoured by the Conservatives and Reform. Rather than trying to tax their way out of debt, as Labour is choosing, Liberal Democrats would grow our way out of debt. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be fair to the Chancellor, she has recently spoken about the terrible damage that the Conservatives' Brexit deal has done to our economy. The deal that promised to save us £350 million a week, but ended up costing the taxpayer £1.7 billion every week. But where is the Chancellor's urgency and ambition to fix the problem she rightly identifies? Today, she didn't even mention the huge hit to the Treasury from Brexit. She is like a doctor who has diagnosed the disease but refuses to administer the cure. Refusing to take up our plan for a brand new deal with the EU, a much better deal for Britain than anything the government has pursued so far, with a new customs union at its heart. Madam Deputy Speaker, everyone but the most extreme Brexiteers now realise what a costly economic disaster the Brexit deal has been. Whether you're a young family struggling with ever higher food prices, or a high street business just trying to survive the Chancellor's latest new cost or tax, people are understandably looking for a credible economic policy to change their futures for the better. And it's crystal clear now. Only the Liberal Democrats are providing the leadership on our economy people are crying out for. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are some measures the Chancellor has announced today that we do welcome. At last, she has decided to tax the big online gambling firms by raising remote gaming duty, as the Liberal Democrats have been calling for. Problem gambling is related to hundreds of suicides every year. So, of course, online casinos and the like should absolutely pay more tax on their huge profits. Her decision to scrap the rate clause is an excellent one. And I may not have heard the Leader of the Opposition, but I wasn't sure if she welcomed that. I hope the Conservative Party will welcome that. And the Chancellor's decision to scrap the two-child limit is excellent. It was in our general election manifesto, and I'm glad that she is now enacting Liberal Democrat policy. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's clearly the most effective way of lifting children out of poverty, and it will save taxpayers' money in the long term. And the biggest relief today for millions of families and pensioners is the action the Chancellor is taking to reduce energy bills, and we welcome it. But even after the Chancellor's changes, it will still leave the typical household paying hundreds of pounds a year more on their energy bills than 5 years ago. So more action will be needed. But we need action on energy bills that works. Reform and the Conservative Party pretend that the answer to rising energy bills is to scrap our climate commitments and stop investing in renewables. They couldn't be more wrong. The Conservative reform energy policy would put up bills and just make the UK even more reliant on imported fossil fuels with their volatile and high prices. That would be a disaster for our economy, a disaster for our environment, and a disaster for jobs, and a disaster for people struggling with energy bills. Madam Deputy Speaker, a major winner from reform's energy policies would be Vladimir Putin. Now, that might explain why the Honourable Member for Clacton is so keen on it. So I urge the government, don't listen to the Conservatives or Reform. Be more ambitious in cutting people's energy bills. Take up our plan to cut energy bills even more right now and to cut them in half within a decade, finally giving families and pensioners the relief they need from this cost of living crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, while there are some things to welcome, which I've just done, there are quite a lot of measures in this budget that will cause a lot of pain and unfairness, all of which could have been avoided if the Chancellor had gone for growth with Europe instead. Her plans to tax salary sacrifice will be hugely damaging to savings and pensions, and it looks like it's another NI hit on workers, Madam Deputy Speaker. And why, when the electricity vehicle market still needs a boost to get going, is she taxing electric vehicles? And if she wasn't spending £1.8 billion on digital ID, many of these tax rises would not have been needed in the first place. And her failure to U-turn on the family farm tax is a huge error. Madam Speaker, if the Chancellor was really looking to tax those with the broadest shoulders, then why not put a windfall tax on the big banks who are literally making billions at the taxpayers' expense due to a side effect of quantitative easing. But the worst tax hike of this budget by far, the biggest tax rise of this budget, is the Chancellor's decision to repeat the Conservative policy of freezing income tax thresholds. Freezing these thresholds reduces the amount people can earn tax-free and hits the lowest paid the hardest. But I have to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, hearing the Conservative leader criticise it now rings incredibly hollow. And I think the member for Berkshire was objecting to her comments. The leader of the opposition cheered Conservative budgets after Conservative budgets that did exactly the same thing as the Chancellor did, raising taxes on the low paid. The Conservatives dragged an extra 4 million people on very low incomes into paying income tax and an extra 3.5 million people into paying the 40p rate. And the OBR says this government is now planning to drag a further 750,000 low-paid workers into tax and nearly 1 million people into the 40p rate. So someone on the average salary is paying an extra £582 this year because of the Conservatives' policy, and under the Chancellor's plans, they will pay an extra £300 a year by 2031. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, contrast that with our record on income tax. We raised the personal allowance by £4,000. We cut income tax by £825 for millions of people and took 3.4 million of the lowest paid out of paying income tax altogether. It is clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrats are the only party that believes in cutting income tax for ordinary people. Labour and the Conservatives make them pay more. As well as adding income tax pain to families struggling with the cost of living crisis, this budget will also add to the cost of doing business crisis facing Britain's hospitality sector, where she went nowhere near far enough. Our high streets are suffering. Pubs, restaurants, cafes, caravan parks, zoos, even our beloved theme parks. They are struggling against higher business rates and the government's misguided jobs tax. The Liberal Democrats called on the Chancellor to help them with an emergency 5% VAT cut for hospitality for the next 18 months. That would have been a lifeline for some of our most beloved local businesses and for people's jobs, boosting local economies across Britain. And it is very disappointing that the Chancellor hasn't listened to our calls. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I say how disappointed I am with how little there was for carers in this budget. As a carer myself for much of my life, I'm determined to speak up for the millions of carers less fortunate than I am. Millions of family carers and care workers who make enormous sacrifices looking after loved ones. Carers who keep our NHS going. Carers who keep our society going. They deserve far more support from the government, and I will keep pressing their case. Now, I do welcome the Carers Allowance review, but it confirms our argument the Carers Allowance system is out of date and is in need of urgent change, and we're yet to hear commitments to those changes. I welcome the decision to reassess cases where overpayment has caused huge hardship, but with the changes not coming into force for another year, the government must instruct the DWP to immediately suspend repayments during that delay and swiftly deliver compensation. More needs to be done to help family carers juggle their jobs with their caring responsibilities. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, we urgently need the Social Care Commission to actually start fixing the system on a cross-party basis and make sure our loved ones get the care they need. The Chancellor cannot claim to be supporting our NHS properly, however much money she puts in, while she and Treasury officials keep blocking the social care reforms that alone can transform the health service across the country and boost our economy. Madam Deputy Speaker, a caring society, a growing economy, a plan to drive down household bills, boost high streets and go for growth with Europe. That is the vision the Chancellor should have set out today. Instead, we got a low-growth, high-tax budget from a government that I fear just isn't listening.
Catherine West.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow the leader of the Liberal Democrats in this debate, the member for Kingston and Surbiton. And put very simply, this is a family-friendly budget. Every family up and down the UK will be welcoming this. Gone is the vile rape clause, and an increase in family income is very, very welcome. We've been through many traumatic times together in this House. We've been through the global financial crisis and its long tail. We've been through Brexit, and the right honourable member who spoke before me is quite right to emphasise the vast difference between our economy while we were in the European Union and now that we're not. And I welcome the work being done at Cabinet level and ask Cabinet to redouble their efforts to work on good trade arrangements under the EU-UK Security Pact to improve our economy and enlarge our economy. And of course, COVID. We heard of COVID this week with the report. And we all remember not just the impact on the economy, but the terrible impact, particularly on younger people, and the impact that long tail is having on so many of our young people who are still feeling too unwell to work or whose work opportunities have been severely reduced through anxiety, depression and all the other things which not just COVID but that context of fiscal austerity brought down upon them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I represent a multi-faith, multi-ethnic constituency which works really hard on community cohesion. When all is said and done, we rub along well together in Hornsey and Fry and Barnet. From recent rhetoric, it could be assumed that there is deep unhappiness and division. In fact, I want to put on record the opposite. I would like to put on record the contribution to our local economy from all parts of my constituency, regardless of skin colour, faith or school qualifications. Of course, my community also faces challenges. We have unacceptably high numbers of children living in households where incomes don't cover the basics, heating, eating and rent. And I really welcome today's statement on heating, help for households, on eating, school meals, more breakfast clubs, and helping in particular secondary school children with their nutrition, and rent, quite rightly introducing a little more tax on some of the landlords who, in a wealthy place like London, will be making quite a lot and can afford to pay a little more. It's my first budget as a member of the Treasury Committee, and this budget has rewarded those who fought to restore hope, stop the chaos of the 14 years of Conservative governments and deliver change. Remember the election? We promised change. Today we saw change. That change is an end to poverty-line family budgets, and the hope is that we finally see food banks close for good.
I thank the honourable member for giving way, and especially she is a colleague with me on the Treasury Select Committee. In terms of the government delivering hope, a key part of the government's economic forecasting is, of course, the OBR. And what has driven a lot of what has driven the budget today is a 16 billion productivity downgrade by the OBR. We heard on the Treasury Select Committee that there was actually very little basis behind that productivity forecast in the first place, basically based on purely what the UK productivity was pre-2008, with not much little depth beyond that. So does the honourable member agree with me that the OBR has serious work to do to look at the robustness of its forecasts?
On the Treasury Select Committee for that, and I think there was quite a lot in today's budget on skills, on nutrition for children so that they can get their educational qualifications, and quite a lot that will help us to solve the productivity puzzle. But I do look forward to questioning with him the OBR on their data, how they got to that position, and how we can be helpful in pushing the government towards even more investment in skills, apprenticeships, and in deepening our investment in young people so that our productivity can improve over time. I know that so many of us here in the House are in politics because we want every child and every family to have the chance to thrive in school, in work and in life. And let's look back at past Labour governments. In 1945, Despair and hunger stalked many communities. London was flattened in the Blitz, and yet rationing would continue for 9 more years. Keynes famously said, anything we can actually do, we can afford. We are immeasurably richer than our predecessors. And then what did Labour do? Went on to build the NHS, built the country, built a welfare state. We can do this. We will make the UK fairer, and today is a really good start on that journey. Very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I know so many people wish to speak today. As a former borough leader, I introduced school meals for all primary school children. It was a great equaliser and social leveller. Children were more focused, made better progress. Families who were just about managing saved money, and there was no stigma. Everyone sat together and talked with each other. Free school meals for all primary schools were subsequently rolled out across London, and we know from today that more secondary school children will benefit under the government's proposals. We need to continue to restore hope and deliver change. The two-child cap on universal credit, of course, another pro-family measure, the most cost-effective, quick measure to bring up to 500,000 children out of poverty, and paid for by the most addictive forms of gambling, which has been increased. My personal view is we could have gone even further on the gambling, and I hope that it raises between 1 and 3 billion, because I think that remote gambling in your bedroom, on your phone, is deeply damaging to society. The Trussell's September 2025 Hunger in the UK makes for sobering reading. In 2024, 16% of UK households were food insecure, which of course we know is not a food problem, it's an income problem, and this is an issue we must continue to interrogate. I'm very pleased to have secured a backbench debate on food inflation and poverty. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, together with school meals, more breakfast club provision, a higher living wage since the general election, slowly the living standards of families will turn around. It's particularly positive to see the first woman Chancellor recognise the impact which the difficult financial climate has had on families. I hope that by this time next year, once these measures are really embedded, we'll begin to see the closure of food banks. I've heard a lot about what we want to see by the end of this Parliament. Let's aim for a closure of food banks in this country by 2029. And we hope to feel that every child and every family will have the chance to thrive.
To help colleagues, they are now permitted to make an intervention, and a backbencher may wish to accept or decline that. And I call Sir Jeremy Hunt.
Budgets aren't easy for chancellors because there are so many things beyond your control, but being forced to make trade-offs reveals priorities. And I'm afraid today's priority was not economic growth, but political survival. That's because there was one central call the Chancellor had to make today. Do we reform welfare or do we raise tax? Getting our welfare bill down to pre-pandemic levels would save about £47 billion a year within 5 years. It wouldn't have been easy, but it would have meant no tax rises and plenty of headroom in public finances. Instead, welfare spend is going up and jobs and growth are going down. In every single day of the government's first year, around 2,200 people have been signed off, not just working, but even having to look for work. That's 1 million more people on universal credit just in the last year. Most of those claimants cite mental health, but every doctor I ever spoke to as Health Secretary said that people with anxiety and depression need social contact. That means being at work, not being at home. So this could, I will very happily give way to the Chair of the Select Committee.
On the point of mental health, he is absolutely right to point out that that is one of the drivers of people going on universal credit that does need tackling. So does he share my alarm that today in the HSJ it's been reported that this government's planning to water down the mental health investment standard, which starts to reverse the trend that we saw over many years of achieving parity of esteem between physical and mental health?
I absolutely share the Honourable Lady's concern about that. That was introduced when I was Health Secretary, and this could have been the budget in which the Chancellor announced that we will speed up treatment for people with mental illness and not park them on welfare. This could have been the budget that said that we will eliminate fraud by stopping completely benefit applications by phone. It could have been the budget that said that instead of relying on migration to help firms expand, we will make sure that people at home are fit to join the workforce. Instead, the welfare bill is going up by around £14 billion, not least because of the totally unfair abolition of the two-child cap, which I fear will see more children, not less, living in the structural poverty caused when there are no adults in the household at work. And I will happily give way to...
He surely, given his background, must recognise that there is a direct link between social policy and economic policy, that this country needs a working-age population to fund future pensions and welfare bills for generations in the future. How on earth can you do that if you're not encouraging children to be brought up and raised in a household that can afford to feed them?
Order. How on earth can you do that? We can't start off this 4 days of budget debate with the word you and your. So quickly, come to your conclusion with the right language.
Well, I think she brought me to order just at the right time.
I recognise that the honourable gentleman's concern about child poverty is sincere. I just have a totally different view as to how to reduce child poverty in this country. I think financing people to have ever larger families means more children growing up in poverty, not less. And I think the evidence for that is that under the previous Conservative government, we had 1 million fewer children growing up in workless households, and child poverty in absolute terms fell. And he needs to look at that evidence. And the taxes and the price we are paying for this mushrooming welfare bill is that taxes are growing up and they are already starting to destroy growth. 180,000 fewer payroll jobs in the last year. Unemployment up, inflation up, interest rates higher than they would have been. And the tragedy is that absolute poverty, which, as I said, fell under the previous Conservative governments, is now likely to rise under Labour as jobs vanish and welfare rolls soar. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
I thank the right honourable member for giving way. I grew up in poverty. 1 in 4 children in Bournemouth, the town that I represent here, grow up in poverty. I can tell the honourable member, growing up in poverty is not a good thing. It's an awful thing for the life chances of the child. It's an awful thing for the family that care for them. It's an awful thing for the community that wraps their arms around the child. But would he agree with me too that he is ignoring the future costs of child poverty? I used to run mental health and domestic abuse services. I can certainly tell him that when children grow up in poverty and then in later life can't find the education, training and support that they need because of their trauma as a child, they cause extra costs for the public services that we then have to meet. Does he not agree with me that we should be preventing those future costs?
I absolutely agree with him, but I profoundly disagree on the way the government is choosing to do that, because by expanding the welfare bill, expanding the number of large families living in poverty, you are making the root causes of poverty worse and not better. And let me say this, the Chancellor says that there is a growth plan, but it was very difficult to discern anything at all in today's budget. We know, for example, that raising public sector productivity to private sector levels would add 0.4% to annual GDP growth. We know that proper planning reforms would add 0.4%. We know that proper welfare reform would add 0.3%. We know that getting energy bills down properly adds 0.3%. We know that AI could dwarf all of that, according to Microsoft and Accenture, potentially adding 1% a year. But we got none of that today. Instead, we had a government arriving in office saying they wanted growth, 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 without knowing how they're going to get there. And growth needs a plan, not a soundbite. And it's that lack of a plan, or even a guiding philosophy, which is why today we've ended up with a budget that damages growth, damages investment, damages jobs, and most tragically of all, damages opportunities for young people, of whom there will shortly be 1 million not in employment, education or training. I give way to the honourable member.
Respected member of the House, but I think it's really important that we reflect on the facts. The Chancellor announced today, as did the OBR, that growth is up. from 1% to 1.5% this year. And he talks about having a plan on planning reform, a subject I'm very interested in. Why then did his party abstain and not back our planning reforms?
From fuel duty to close to zero by 2050, leaving a hole in the public finances equivalent to more than 0.5% of GDP. By introducing a 3p per mile tax on electric cars, this budget helps to plug some of that hole. However, the new EV tax raises only half the revenue the petrol duty currently does from a given car over the course of a year. And the EV tax only applies to cars and not vans and lorries that currently account for around 40% of total fuel duty receipts. Therefore, the new EV tax, as currently configured, only replaces around a quarter of the total revenue the Exchequer is set to lose from the steady decline in the number of total petrol and diesel-driven vehicles between now and 2050. And it would still leave a hole in the public finances of around £15 billion in today's money by the middle of the century. Let me now conclude. To sum up our latest pre-measures forecast, we expect the economy to grow by 1.5% on average over the next 5 years, which is 0.3 percentage points slower than in March due to weaker underlying productivity growth. But we also expect wage growth and inflation to be higher, the net result of which boosts overall tax receipts by £16 billion in 2029-30. But underlying spending pressures on local authorities and on welfare and debt interest have also increased, which leaves total spending £22 billion higher in the same year. These forecast changes result in a modest deterioration in the pre-measures fiscal outlook, with borrowing £6 billion higher and the margin against the Chancellor's current balance target reduced by the same amount. Against this backdrop, the Chancellor's budget delivers a £12 billion increase in spending on average over the next 5 years and a £26 billion tax rise by the end of the decade. Taken together, these budget policies increase borrowing over the next 3 years by £5 billion on average, and then reduce it over the following 2 by an average of £13 billion, shifting the weight of fiscal consolidation back by a further year. The net effect of these forecasts and policy changes is to boost the margin against the Chancellor's current balance target from £12 billion to £22 billion. And while this is double what she had in March, and roughly equal to the average movement between forecasts, it's still less than half the difference between our 4-year forecast and final outturn. And even if this rule were met, it would still leave the UK with £60 billion more debt by the end of the decade than we forecast in March, an overall debt burden which is twice the advanced economy average, and the country continued to pay more to service that debt than at almost any other time in its post-war history. And with that, I'll hand things back to Laura to manage the Q&A.
Thank you, Richard. We're going to take some questions in the room first, and then I will turn to Slido. Have we got a mic? Let's go to the gentleman at the front, please, Raf, to start with.
Thank you. John Craig from Sky News. Sir, a Chancellor of the Exchequer resigned for less. This leak today is more damaging than Hugh Dalton in 1947, who quit, or the budget leak to the Daily Mirror in 1996. Have you offered to resign? And if not, why not?
The document was unintentionally uploaded onto our website too early. We've initiated an investigation into how and why it happened. That investigation will report to our oversight board, to the Treasury and to the Treasury Committee, and I will abide by the recommendations.
So if they say you should resign, you'll go, will you?
I will abide by the recommendations, and I always serve, so long as I have the confidence of the Chancellor and the Treasury Committee.
But this is a very serious leak.
We take it very seriously, which is why we've initiated an investigation and why it will report to the Treasury Committee and the Treasury.
Do you know how it happened?
We're launching an investigation. I'm not going to preempt its conclusions.
Does that mean you don't know how it happened?
At the moment, we understand how it happens, but we want to get to the fundamental causes and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Has anybody been disciplined or anything like that?
We've been focused on getting our EFO out into the public at the right time in light of this, in light of what happened. When the report is finished, we will give it to the Treasury, we will give it to the Treasury Committee, and we will publish it. And I will abide by the recommendations of the Chancellor and the Treasury, in whose confidence I serve from day to day.
Was it a mistake in your organisation or outside?
It was a mistake in the OBR, yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go to the gentleman behind, and then I'll come over to this side.
Jack Barnett from The Times. The probability forecast, the headroom, is only nudged up ever so slightly. It's 59% now. I think it was around about 54 previously. But the actual headroom has more than doubled. I mean, what level of headroom does the Chancellor need to get to before you can give her fiscal rules a clean bill of health? Are we looking back to the George Osborne coalition era of £70 billion?
Tom, do you want to have a first go at that, please?
Sure, thanks. Well, I mean, the Chancellor is meeting her fiscal rules in this forecast by 22 billion. and that is under our central forecast. So, she is meeting the rule. There is a huge amount of uncertainty around our forecasts, which is why, the probability of achieving the forecast is still, as you say, around 59%. The margin that the Chancellor now has is twice the margin that she had previously, and it's around 3/4 of the margin on average that previous Chancellors have kept. And it is roughly equal now to the average change in our forecast from forecast to forecast. But it is also much less than the average difference between our forecast 4 years hence and actual outturn. And as I say, that reflects the risks around any fiscal forecast. We are forecasting the difference between £1.5 trillion worth of spending, £1.5 trillion worth of receipts, all of which are driven by a huge number of factors across the economy, taxpayer behaviour, and also the possibility of future policy changes.
So you're essentially saying there's quite a high chance of further tax increases in the spring?
Sorry, I didn't...
You're essentially saying there's a high chance of another round of tax increases or spending cuts in the spring statement?
No, so I'm saying, as I say, the Chancellor is meeting her fiscal rule. There is a wide range of uncertainty around the fiscal forecast.
And I think David Miles wanted to add on that one.
Just a few observations. First of all, I think our forecast is one about which there are symmetric risks. 22 billion in some ways sounds a very large number, and 59% sounds quite a low probability. So it can seem sort of disappointing, but I think one needs to understand what the number is. It's a 59% chance of being on the right side of the current balance 4 years down the road if you just stuck to current policies, even though there are inevitably going to be shocks between now and then. Of course, in practice, Chancellors will adjust their strategy as they go along. And so 59% would only be the chance that you get to the right place, if you will, if you didn't adjust anything in the light of the kind of shocks we've seen historically. And as I say, the risks are symmetric around that. So if we get a series of good shocks, and there haven't been many good shocks in the UK over the last 15 years, we may be due for some, one could adjust policy in the other way, reduce taxes or increase spending.
Thanks. Raf, we'll come to the woman in the back, and then we'll come forwards.
Hi, Anna Gross here from the Financial Times. Can I ask two questions, if I may? So one is, were you notified at any point in the process that there was going to be an income tax rise? And second of all, even before the two-child benefit cap, you were forecasting £22 billion of increased spending, which is absolutely enormous. What is your assessment of what's going wrong on spending discipline?
So I'm going to divide your two questions between two people. Richard, could you take the first, and then Tom, could you come in on spending, please?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So on the first question, we don't comment on policy under development. We only forecast and report on policies that are finalised in the Chancellor's budget.
Tom?
And so on the increase in spending in the forecast, before the impact of any policies that the Chancellor's announced, there was a significant increase in our forecast for spending, which actually sort of starts now and is maintained through the forecast. That is driven by a few different areas of spending, but in particular, an increase in welfare spending. That is largely due to higher inflation, so higher benefit uprating. But it's also due to some increases in the estimate of benefit caseloads, particularly those people who are claiming for health or disability-related reasons, and also higher caseloads of pensioners. There's also an increase in debt interest spending. That's largely driven by slightly higher interest rates than at the time of the March forecast. Finally, there's been a big increase in local authority borrowing, and we've seen that in the last couple of years. The ONS has increased their estimates of local authority borrowing, and therefore we've reflected that now in the forecast. We think that is quite largely driven by the increased financial pressures on local authorities in a number of different areas, but particularly the cost of provision of special educational needs.
Come here, Ra.
Thank you, Arnold Telegraph. How embarrassed and ashamed are you of the leak?
We've apologised for it. It is not it's not something which we like to happen in situations. It was an accident, and we will be doing an investigation, and we will act by the recommendations of that.
Right, we've got a few more in the room, so let's take those, and then I will come to Slido. Let's go to this gentleman here in the third row.
Thank you, David Robinson, Market News. Saving rate. You have a fairly sharp drop in the saving rate on the assumption that households will smooth consumption. We've had worthy papers from the Bank of England suggesting this is questionable and there's doubts about why, given all the uncertainty and inflation expectations and everything else, that maybe saving rate won't come down. How do you justify it? Because I've already seen a couple of analyst notes saying this looks pretty strange.
I'm going to ask David to answer that one, please.
It's partly because the profile of real earnings and real household disposable income is flatter than we thought. That's partly a reflection of the productivity judgment we've made. It's partly a reflection of taxes going up to create a more substantial amount of headroom or margin. And you'd expect, I think, that if people's expectations of where their income might be going turn out to be downgraded somewhat, that they might not adjust their consumption down in the short term as much, and that would mean that there'd be a sort of degree of smoothing. It's a difficult judgment to make. It's true that savings have been, after the big shocks of COVID and the energy price increase, the savings rate in the UK has been higher than most people thought. It's a central judgment. It's one of the uncertain ones. There are risks either side of it. It also partly depends on what happens to interest rates, where we use the market expectations, which are, for at least in the short run, some reductions in interest rates. That's a marginal reduction in the incentives to save as well. So those are sort of factors that we've taken into account on that one.
Thank you. We're going to come to this gentleman here, then I will go online, but I'll come back to the room later.
Hi, I'm Philip Inman from The Guardian. I had a question for David and one for Tom. One was, could you explain a bit more about the productivity downgrade? How far did you go back? What were the main points that you addressed when you looked at that? And Tom, I wondered, Richard mentioned about the effect of inflation and earnings on your upgrade. Is that a net figure? Does that include what the government has to pay out on extra inflation and earnings on the public sector? Or is it a gross figure? And also, the amount of money that the Chancellor says she's going to get from tax avoidance at the back end of the forecast, is that realistic?
Thanks, Philip. David, on the productivity downgrade.
Yeah. I mean, this is a judgment on what you might call the underlying or trend rate of growth of productivity. So it's the underlying rate, stripping out things like cyclical position of the economy, the ups and downs, or in fact, the impact of shocks, which might have a temporary impact and will certainly show up in measured productivity. If you just take total output in the economy, GDP, divided by how many people are working or how many hours they're working, that's a mixture. How that moves over time is a mixture of what you might call the fundamental trend rate and being buffeted around by shocks. We've had a lot of shocks in the UK, going right back to the financial crisis. So I think it's a pretty difficult judgment to make, because you can't just take the published estimates of productivity, which themselves are subject to mismeasurement on GDP, and particularly on labour input, where there have been problems in the UK. You can't just take those measures and say, well, let's draw a straight line through the last 4 or 5 years, and that's what the future's going to look like. That would be a pretty poor estimate of the sort of underlying rate. And I think it's because of the impact of shocks that you'd expect to have a short-run impact, which could be very negative, but to be somewhat temporary. that we've kind of stood back from making an adjustment in the aftermath of COVID or the energy price shock, because they were, I think, very much clouding the picture on what was happening to underlying productivity. I think now we're, what, 5 years on from COVID and a couple of years on from the really very big changes in energy prices. And we've now got some alternative measures of labour input which might correct some of the defects of the labour force survey. It's possible to look back over the last couple of years, after a lot of those shocks have probably played out, a period where we'd hoped that there would be some recovery in productivity back up to a trend which had been driven down in the measurements by the shocks. That didn't really seem to be happening. And I think now we've had long enough past after any impact of the shocks of COVID and the energy price shock to be able to look at the last couple of years where there's been some growth in productivity, but it really hasn't shown a bounce back to a much higher level, which our forecasts had been expecting. So that was perhaps one of the major factors there. We also look back over long periods in history about what happens when there are shocks and recoveries from them. We've also taken account, I think, of a couple of things that have come along really very recently, one of which is the rather worrying trajectory on sort of globalization and trade, and more narrowly the impact of tariffs on the UK from the US. It's hard to see that as anything other than a somewhat negative factor on productivity, offset a bit by the hope anyway that AI developments might boost productivity a bit. And we've done quite a lot of research on trying to work out just how positive the AI effect might be. And there's a report that we've put out alongside the EFO on that and the other parts of the supply side judgment. So somewhat long-winded answer, but it deserved a long answer because it I think was a judgment that because of the measurement issues, sort of rushing into it too quickly without stepping back and trying to look at really the underlying trends here meant that one could, well, I think we wanted to avoid sort of being somewhat trigger happy in the aftermath of those big shocks and saying, well, that's now the new long run low rate of productivity growth. But it's been long enough after those, and we think that it's right to make a downward adjustment.
And Tom, the two questions for you were on the impact of inflation and earnings on public spending and the yield of measures targeting tax avoidance.
Yeah, thanks. So the number that was in Richard's presentation for the increase in our receipts forecast due to higher inflation, which is 14 billion estimate, that is just the impact on tax receipts, and that is quite a large number because income tax and NICs are a very big proportion of the government's tax take, and with frozen tax thresholds at the moment, they are very sensitive to the forecast for nominal earnings. There is, as I think you are asking in your question, a cost to the government from higher inflation through higher benefit uprating, some higher debt interest costs. It also increases the pressure on departmental budgets. That doesn't show as a fiscal cost because the Treasury sets departmental budgets in nominal terms at spending reviews, but it does mean that higher inflation means sort of more pressure within those budgets that the Treasury has set. On the tax compliance question, so we have some analysis in the report on this. We look at, in a lot of detail, all of the individual tax compliance measures that the Treasury puts to us to try and ensure we have a reasonable central costing of the yield that they will generate. But we do underline that there is a lot of uncertainty around those costings because they do depend quite often on how the targeted group of non-compliant taxpayers will sort of respond to those changes. And we do typically build into those costings an assumption that the kind of yield from the measure will tail off over time because those non-compliant taxpayers will adjust their behaviour in response to the measure. We also look at the overall, what is known as the tax gap, which is the difference between the yield that HMRC receives and the sort of theoretical amount of tax there is out there to collect, so it's a measure of non-compliance, and test whether the forecast for the tax gap, taking account of all the measures that the Treasury is introducing, looks reasonable. What that shows at the moment is, well, if you look at the past, the tax gap came down quite significantly during the 2010s, which in large part was probably due to measures that HMRC was taking. It's been relatively flat since 2017-ish. And on the basis of the measures the government introduced at the last budget and this budget, we forecast that it will fall by around a percentage point. So a similar sort of fall to the one we saw in the 2010s. We think that's a reasonable central estimate and reflects both additional resource that HMRC is putting into non-compliance and, as I say, a large number of measures targeting specific areas of non-compliance. But there's certainly a lot of risk around those estimates.
Does that mean I'm right to assume from your answer on the first point that departments will absorb these extra costs? There's nothing I'll find in the report that says where these costs will, the net cost. It's just something that they're going to have to absorb in their existing comprehensive spending review finance.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Treasury made some small changes to the allocations that it sets at the spending review, but they are mainly to fund new policy announcements that the Chancellor made either at the spending review or in the budget.
We're going to take one more question from the room for now.
Paul Wallace, in terms of fiscal consolidation, isn't this a make me chaste but not yet budget? And just how credible is it?
Richard.
So it does push the weight of consolidation back later into the forecast period, and it roughly shifts the consolidation back by a year in the first few years, but then does more of the consolidation in 2028, in 2029, 30, and then 31, which is the extra year added onto our forecast period. That's because there's quite a lot of extra spending in the near term, both in our pre-measures forecast and also in the post-measures forecast, and then the tax rises don't start raising revenue until later in the forecast. To some extent, that's sort of in the nature of policy making, which is that spending pressures are always up front. Taxes only generate additional revenues when you put up the rates and activity rises. So, but it does follow a pattern of government's fiscal consolidations, which is, they have tended to slip. We've seen successive governments have plans for reducing the deficit to roughly the levels that the Chancellor is trying to get to by the end of the decade. And for various reasons, both shocks as well as new pressures emerging, the deadline for that consolidation slips. I mean, one thing to say about this Chancellor's fiscal framework is that one thing that she can't do with her current balance target is for the moment slip the deadline. It is 2029-30. That's what the deadline was in our March forecast. That was what the deadline was in her October budget last year. That's still the deadline this year. It's not until it becomes the third year of the forecast that it starts to roll forward again. And so for those reasons, at least for the next this budget and the next, she's wedded to getting the deficit, the current balance, down below, to a positive number by 2029-30.
Thank you. Right, we will go to some questions online now. Quite a few coming in. We've got several questions, Tom, on the new mileage-based charge on electric cars. Paul D asks, will pay per mile only be applied to newly registered vehicles? The next one is, with the new electric vehicle price per mile of 3p, is this going to encourage drivers away from EVs? Also, why are fossil fuel hybrids 50% less at about 1.5p a mile? And then finally, will the new EV tax not encourage the use of mileage defeat devices, which I think I understand what that means, mileage defeat devices, especially as they don't need an MOT for 3 years. So I'll leave you with those. A number of questions there. So the new charge will apply to all EVs. On the question of why a lower charge for hybrids, that's a question for the Treasury. That was their policy choice. In terms of will it reduce
sales of electric vehicles, we do assume that essentially because of the higher lifetime cost of running an electric vehicle, it will reduce sales compared to without the policy. The government has also introduced a number of other policies at the same time which are acting to increase the incentive to purchase a EV through grants and through some other changes to taxation. So that does offset some of that effect. I mean, there's also quite a lot of uncertainty about how this will interact with the electric vehicle mandate, which is a requirement on manufacturers to sell an increasing portion of their vehicles as electric vehicles. So overall, we estimate that the impact on sales will be around 100,000 lower sales over the next few years than otherwise would be the case. That is very uncertain estimates, and as I say, it depends on how exactly manufacturers respond and how the car purchasers respond.
And mileage defeat devices?
Well, I think there was a set of actions, if I remember it, in the alongside the policy to try and address non-compliance, but I don't have more details on that specific aspect of it, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Tom. David, could you explain why this budget is a near-term boost to GDP?
Well, because it's a bit of a fiscal loosening in the near term. There's a fairly substantial...
They'd reduce energy bills by £300 and they're up almost exactly £300. The £150 reduction will be where they take some of the green subsidies, about 3/4 of the green subsidies off domestic energy bills, and throw that into general taxation, which means the working population will actually pay even more than we thought when I walked out of the chamber just some time ago. Energy clearly is going to be at the centrepiece of everything we fight for and stand for over the next couple of years. We cannot have an industrial strategy, we cannot reindustrialise, we cannot invite significant investment, be it British or be it foreign, until first we crack the nut of energy. And I would say this, we can't perform miracles if we win the next election, but we can at least be realistic. And we can at least say that already within reform we have people who've succeeded in the private sector, who've created jobs, who've paid taxes. And it's very much our ambition that we would have people in ministerial positions who were experts in their areas of expertise. Getting back to energy, just think about it. 10 energy ministers over the course of 14 years under a Conservative government, not one of them had a clue about energy, just allowing civil servants to go on running these departments and maintaining a failed status quo. So we will come in with people that actually know what they're doing, the people who have worked in the private sector, and we will attempt to turn around attitudes in this country towards hard work and success. Well, one of those players who's part of the reform team, who has succeeded in the private sector, and who's made a detailed analysis of this budget already, and will tell you some of the ways in which Rachel Reeves did not need to put up taxes like that, is my colleague, Zia Youssef.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, yes, it was after the leakiest budget process we've had in memory. We had a leak on the day. It was an omni-shambles budget from an omni-shambles Chancellor. As Nigel's laid out, according to the OBR forecast, now taxes are indeed going up to 38% as a percentage of GDP by 2029. Welfare spending is going to be £16 billion higher by 2029. And a really important footnote on that is that despite the OBR, it's really important people clock this, the OBR have assumed that the enormous growth in caseloads and things like PIP, for example, that we have seen since the end of COVID will slow. They haven't given any justification for that, but they've just assumed that it will slow. And if it didn't slow, if it continues at its current pace, then welfare spending will be £27 billion higher by 2029. That is one of many reasons why even the current OBR forecasts, as gloomy as they are inevitably and sadly going to be wrong. We have £1.8 billion allocated to digital ID. No electoral mandate for that whatsoever, deeply unpopular in the country, and they are taking that £1.8 billion out of the Home Office budget, which is the only government department whose budget has been frozen in real terms, making a mockery, frankly, of Shabana Mahmood's statements. And at a time when immigration is the #1 issue in the country, what do Labour do? They basically freeze Home Office funding and take £1.8 billion of that budget to spend on digital ID, which is appalling. As Nigel said, net immigration reaffirmed to be up at 340,000 in 2029. By the way, when has that number ever been correct, and when has it ever been incorrect in the right direction? It's always wrong, and it is always much higher than the OBR forecast. So just a few days ago, actually, me and Nigel laid out what a reform government would have done if we were in government right now, what a reform chancellor would have done. We laid out £25 billion of savings that could have been made, and lo and behold, Rachel Reeves has just raised taxes by £26 billion. So what would we have done? What could she have done? Well, here's the key philosophical difference in terms of who has to bear the brunt of these difficult choices that need to be made. We keep hearing that, right? We've heard that. It's been the refrain of the political class for as long as I can remember. Difficult choices need to be made. Well, who should bear the brunt of those difficult choices? In Nigel Farage's view, and in my view, and in Reform's view, it should be foreign nationals who first and foremost bear the brunt of that. For too long, it has been the case of British citizens being told, pay more tax, accept worse services, while there's basically unlimited money available, blank cheques for foreign nationals. We saw that, for example, you'd have seen in the OBR document today, Home Office saying that spending on asylum accommodation is going to be £15 billion over the next decade, not the £4.5 billion, which is an already outrageous number. It's going to be £15 billion. So here's what we would have done. Number one, we would have materially cut the foreign aid budget. As we've said, of course, the United Kingdom should aspire to foreign aid. Why wouldn't we? But how can we justify spending £14 billion a year on foreign aid while, for example, 15-year-olds in Wales have a lower educational attainment than 15-year-olds in Turkey, and the British government sends hundreds of millions of pounds in foreign aid to Turkey? How does that make any sense at all? So we would put a hard cap of £1 billion on foreign aid, which would save £10 billion this year alone. Number two, we would meaningfully increase the immigration health surcharge. That is the amount of money that many visa holders pay to access our NHS, which, as we know, is already buckling under pressure and struggling. That would raise £5 billion this year alone based on current immigration forecasts for this year. And then there's the welfare bill that we just talked about, that is a runaway train to which the British economy and all of us, sadly, are attached and is heading for the cliffs. Well, what we would do is we would stop paying welfare payments to foreign nationals. Here's our belief. We believe that the British state exists to serve British citizens, which is an outrageous position these days in the House of Commons for the most part and with the political class, but we make no apologies for saying it is unconscionable for British taxpayers to go to work and spend much of their day paying for a benefits bill for foreign nationals. It's totally unfair. No serious country should operate that way. And the government actually hides, the Tories did this, Labour are continuing it, they basically hide the data on foreign national usage of many aspects of state, whether that's the NHS. You know, Lee Anderson tried again just yesterday, got the same answer. Sorry, we don't track that data. What a surprise. Similarly, we don't get the data on PIP, we don't get the data on pensions, but we do get the data on universal credit. So that's why that is in our numbers. So we would cease payments to foreign nationals when it comes to universal credit, and yes, including EU nationals who are here on settled status. That would save £6 billion this fiscal year, assuming a 3-month notice period. And then we also have foreign nationals in our prisons. Over 10,000 foreign nationals languish in our jails. Most of those people, by the way, were put there under a Tory government. We should not forget that. But that number is not going down under Labour. And recent analysis suggests £640 million is the cost annually of keeping those people. So even net of deportation costs, that's about £500 million that can be saved. And then the other major saving on the theme of welfare, which must be brought under control, is our reforms that Lee and I announced in terms of PIP, where we would take people who are receiving PIP payments for non-serious anxiety and put them on back-to-work programs, where the preponderance of academic literature in Europe shows time and again that is the best possible thing you could do for them. It's pretty good for the taxpayer too. That would save £3.5 billion this year, rising to £9 billion a year by 2029. You top all of those up, you get £25 billion, which is just £1 billion less than the amount of money Rachel Reeves has raised taxes by. In the end, the only way that we break this country out of this doom loop that it's been in is by doing the opposite of what the political class has been doing. Kind of by definition, that's what we have to do. We need to reduce spending and allow people to keep more of their wages, right? And the political class, the Tories, did the opposite of that year after year after year. They ran a deficit. You know, they talk now about being the party of fiscal responsibility and living within our means. They ran a deficit 14 years in a row. They almost tripled the national debt. They built nothing of significance. They took the tax burden to the highest level since World War II. All Rachel Reeves is doing is continuing the decisions that the Tories made. So that is what reform would do. We would put British citizens first. And had Rachel Reeves taken up our suggestions that we published and were crystal clear and could have been implemented right now, again, that 25 billion number is for this fiscal year. It grows significantly, and most of those numbers multiply by 2029. Had she done so, she would not have had to need to raise taxes, and this doom loop could have been stopped. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zia. Now, there was a moment in her speech when she said, some people think the answer is just to cut spending. So, well, it's quite a good start, really, wouldn't it? You know. We've got a few questions here we're going to take. I know everybody's rushed for time. We'll start with Georgia Roberts from the BBC. Microphone.
Thank you. You mentioned being on the side of Alarm Clock Britain. Just wanted to ask you about the minimum wage. You suggested a few weeks ago that it might be too high, especially talking about young people. Obviously, since then, we've seen in this budget that it's increased. Would you reverse those changes? Would you cut that back? And also, if I may, yesterday the BBC spoke to one of your former classmates who says you are being fundamentally dishonest in saying you didn't directly target him in terms of racial abuse. Are you being dishonest? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll deal with that one first. No, straight up, he's the one person that said I directly abused him. Other people didn't like my views, and those that have come out and don't like my views, one happens to be a former leader of Kent County Council, another a leader of a Liberal Democrat group in the West Country, but I absolutely deny. You know, I think this guy's recollections are simply wrong. More broadly, Zia, do you want to come in?
Yeah, look, on the minimum wage, look, we've got to be real about this. I know it's very easy to paint some headline of, oh, you know, reform want young people to do less. Well, no, it's the opposite. We want young people to do better. Look what's happening to youth unemployment. Youth unemployment is 15%. That is the highest level of the last decade outside of the COVID collapse. Now, you tell me if you think youth unemployment at 15% is remotely acceptable. And speak to people who hire young people. What do they tell you? What the government has done is close the gap between a mid-level employee and a junior employee. And this is the problem with having people who make these decisions who have never actually had to employ anyone, never had to make those sorts of decisions. Our young people are being basically thrown onto the scrap heap. Look at how many young people under 25s is the fastest growing aspect of PIP caseload. All of these things are connected, and a whole younger generation are being betrayed. I remember my first job, I earned, what, £3.30 or something, right, minimum wage. And it wasn't because I aspired to earn £3.30 for the rest of my life, right, but it was a great start. It was work that was important to me. It was a Saturday job. And these opportunities are being robbed from our young people because of this. And here's the other point. The ballooning welfare bill, a core component to that, according to the OBR, is the rise in universal credit payments, right, and unemployment, which, by the way, the OBR in their own forecast keep at 5% through to the end of 2029. So the fact that Rachel Reeves cannot see how by endlessly raising the minimum wage she's contributing to the very black hole that she is having to fix is beyond us.
Yeah, I would say this too. that, you know, to increase the minimum wage, and last year's percentage increase was even bigger than this year's. This year's 8%, it was double digits last year. To do that at the same time, that you reduce to £5,000 a year the level at which employers have to pay national insurance, the point I made was get rid of one or the other, but if you have both, and you've just compounded it again today, we already see officially 50,000 under 18s fewer in employment this time this year than this time last year. It just means fewer young people getting jobs, and that, I think, is a disaster. Catherine Foster from GB News.
Thank you, Catherine Forster, GB News. The Tories spent 14 years telling us they'd get net migration down. It got up to nearly 1 million a year. Labour trailed about £8.5 billion of tax rises before the election. We're now at, what, 66 billion plus. Trust in politicians is very, very low. Why can people really believe that you will do things differently? Because you've already junked some of the pledges you made a year ago. And also, the Prime Minister at PMQs today said reform is riddled with pro-Putin propaganda. What's your response to that? Why don't you order an investigation, given what happened with Nathan Gill last week?
Well, the Putin stuff's nonsense. Just because I said in 2013 that I admired him as a political operator but didn't like him as a human being, before the Ukrainian invasion, I'm a Putin supporter. By the way, the Queen met Putin after I'd said that. Whether she was a Putin sympathiser, perhaps you better ask the Prime Minister. I don't know. Did UKIP have a problem with an MEP who clearly was corrupt? Yes, it did. Did he join reform? Very briefly in Wales, he did, and very briefly he was leader. I can't investigate UKIP in the European Parliament in 2018. How do I do that? Can I read people's emails? Can I take their mobile phones? How on earth can I investigate that? What I would welcome, though, is a broader investigation, because I'm quite worried about Chinese influence. I'm worried about people that should be on spy trials that suddenly are not. I'm worried about a giant embassy over some of the most important communication cables and sections in London. I'm worried very much indeed by the level of Chinese influence there appears to be, including an MP who's taken 500,000 quid from a Chinese spy, but we don't talk about that. So if we're going to have an investigation into foreign money, it would need to be done by the authorities in this country, and they would need to have real power. Real power. I haven't got the power to go back, 7 or 8 years and investigate people's messages. I simply can't do it. It's just not possible. Okay, Charanpreet Kaira, ITV.
Thank you. We've heard some criticisms of the OBR today, and given today's mishap, should they be abolished for good? And also, you said earlier this week that you never tried to hurt anybody with the comments that you made at school. You've described them as banter. Some of those who are on the receiving end clearly disagree. So given that they say you did hurt them, would you like to apologise to them?
Well, one person says they were hurt, and if they feel they were hurt, then I'm genuinely sorry. But I never, ever, ever would have said or done anything like that directly to a human being. Absolutely not. As for the OBR, well, I'm struggling to see their relevance. I mean, who produces the budget? Is it the Chancellor with her department working with the Treasury? I mean, this was very much a George Osborne idea, that if we had the OBR, it would give us fiscal responsibility. Well, let's have a think about that, shall we? Since we launched the OBR, the accumulated national debt has gone from 1 trillion to 2.9 trillion. So it doesn't appear to be working. At least a dramatic rethink.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Look, in the end, the buck stops with the Chancellor, and the fact that clearly Treasury officials have too much influence. Also, there is a direct correlation, as we just pointed out. I don't think there's a real justification for not modelling a £27 billion increase in welfare spending by 2029. There's no explanation for that in the OBR document. That is an enormous amount of money, right? She would have had to increase income tax meaningfully, actually, to fill that gap. So some of this is already politicised. We'll speak more about all of that ahead of the general election.
Yeah, there could even be an argument that the Treasury functions need to be separated too, that maybe economic policy and growth policy needs to come away from tax and spend, and that's a debate it's been talked about a little bit in Westminster over the last couple of years, but that's something we're certainly open-minded to thinking about.
What I will say is, as has already been the case, and I just want to go back to that previous question about trust in politics being at certainly a low in my lifetime. I don't remember it like this. I mean, how many things used to be jury trials now being abolished for so many people? That wasn't in anyone's manifesto. So. You cited the fact that Nigel said that the contract for the people for the last general election was no longer to be relied upon as a reason why somebody shouldn't trust him. I'd say the opposite is the case, actually. It would have been the easiest thing in the world to continue to promise sweeties for everybody, right, and get the front page of every single... In that speech, Nigel did, he could have gotten every front page of every centre-right newspaper by announcing a blockbuster tax cut. What did he do? He did the opposite. He said, the state of the country's finances are so dire, and we didn't win the last general election, sadly, that we cannot commit to tax cuts until the economy and the finances are on a better footing. And I want to make the point that, if we're talking about incremental new tax cuts, we've got to be real about this. Just to unwind the tax rises Rachel Reeves has put through since the general election now, we're talking at, 60, 70 billion pounds. By the time of a general election, even with an early one, it's going to be into the hundreds of billions, right? So for the Tories to be talking about stamp duty, why wouldn't we love to announce to abolish stamp duty? Of course we'd love to announce it. It's just not serious. And so I would put it to you, what Nigel is doing is making sure the table is set fairly and reasonably and speaking directly to the British people about what the truth is.
Yeah, we have to cut spending, of that there is no doubt. Anja Pop, Channel 4.
Hi, Anya Pop, Channel 4 News. Mr Farage, 20 people have accused you of making racist comments at school.
Oh dear, I think we've gone quite a long way towards answering all this, don't you?
You've mentioned 3 people with political affiliations. What about the other 17? Why should people believe you over
Well, if you
them?
look at what they said, none of them say I directly attack them or abuse them. What they do say very clearly is they had different political views to me. That, that I thought Enoch Powell was right about the common market, which I did in the referendum, which was a minority position, but I held it all the way back then. And I thought he was right to talk about, not having vast community change. And by the way, that was a source of big political debate back in the late 1970s. So I think what you're hearing there, yes, some with direct political involvement, others with different political views. And by the way, look at the level of debate in Britain today. I mean, anyone that dares to question immigration numbers is likely to be screamed at as racist in the street. So perhaps not much has, in some ways, actually changed. Michael Knowles from The Express.
On that last topic, do you think the public need to be ready for more tax rises if Labour fails to actually curb immigration, stop the boats and fix our asylum crisis?
Yes, I think the public need to be prepared for more tax rises, but I think the public also might need to be prepared for an early general election. I struggle to see this lot going on to 2029. I believe there will be a fiscal event at some point in the next couple of years, and I think she'll face at some point a budget where she has no option but to cut spending, and that, I think, is when the government falls to pieces. We saw today in the Commons just how strongly socialist this Labour Party is. Some of the biggest cheers for the Chancellor when she was saying, well, the sort of school I went to, you posh Tories didn't care about. So there's an awful lot of class warfare out there, and I think the risks for Labour of a massive fracture on the left are really all too real. Genevieve from The Telegraph, please.
Hi, Mr Farage. So do you believe that Rachel Reeves has breached the Labour manifesto by freezing income tax thresholds? It seems that some in the Treasury are arguing that some in Labour are arguing that she hasn't broken the manifesto by doing that. And secondly, you've previously expressed support for scrapping the 2-child benefit cap. So that obviously happened today. The Chancellor announced it today. Do you think that she was right to do that and you wouldn't bring it back in if you were to win in 2025?
She's broken the manifesto in spirit, if not literally in letter. Everyone who's at work's taxes will go up, and if inflation keeps running at about 4%, 5%, whatever it is, effectively their taxes are going to go up significantly over the course of the next few years. So, in spirit, it is without doubt, if not literally, but in spirit, without doubt, a breach of the manifesto. Let me repeat, I believe we should lift the two-child cap for working British couples in the form of a tax credit. As it turns out, what has been announced today and cheered to the rafters by the backbenches, one of the most popular parts of her whole speech was it will go to people who are already living on benefits or who were not born in this country. And that is why the cost of this will be £3 billion, whereas the cost in tax credits for our plan, which, by the way, would be one of the most pro-family things that any government had done for many, many years, our cost of that would be about 1/10 of it. All right. We've got a couple more. We're going to rattle through. I know time is short. Sam from PA.
Kemi Badenoch said in the Commons that Rachel Reeves should now resign. Would you also call for this?
Well, this is the usual circus of the House of Commons, isn't it? You know, I mean, was it David Cameron said he wanted to end the Punch and Judy show? I mean, it's more farcical now than it's ever been. It doesn't make much difference, does it really? I mean, I don't see anyone that's going to replace her. I think probably the Prime Minister's position is very deeply under threat. It's clear, you know, neither of them have ever been loved by their own backbenches. They're leading the party to disaster. They're collapsing in the polls. The left are beginning to organise and really eat their lunch. A large chunk of their votes come to us already since the election. You've never seen a government in so much trouble. So I think my prediction is that at some point they'll all be forced to resign, perhaps before too long. Fraser Knight, LBC.
Thank you. Mr. Farage, you said that you are struggling to see the relevance of the OBR. More immediately, do you think the chair should offer his resignation? And if I can as well, spending on pensioners is set to rise to nearly $200 billion per year by the start of next decade. Does the triple lock need to go?
Well, I've said very clearly that the triple lock, we're not going to guarantee anything on the triple lock. We'll have to see what the economics of this are like nearer the next election. But, you know, we've all got to be realistic about the state of public finances. And I still don't think that the media are serious about the state of public finances. We had 14 years of the Conservatives saying, we're cutting the deficit. Oh, that's all right then. But all the while they were cutting the deficit, it was still a massive deficit and debt exploded. And now we've got, unbelievably, a Prime Minister and a Chancellor today saying we are cutting debt. They're not. They're not. It's going up massively. Even the first year's debt was out by 21 billion. So that is why I say I'm not going to make any guarantees on the triple lock. You know, I know it's important to people. I know the cost of living is very, very high, but we can't make any guarantees on things. And it goes back to what Zia said earlier. You know, we want to be responsible. Lucy White, Bloomberg.
I was actually going to pick up on the same point there that I think you missed on the chair of the OBR. Should he resign? Do you think does responsibility need to be taken at the top level? And secondly, if I may as well, the OBR's prediction on forecast on living standards is not particularly rosy in its latest forecast. You've admitted yourself that you wouldn't be able to bring in income tax until you've made spending cuts. What would you do to transform living standards in the UK in the initial stages of your government if you were to have one?
It is possible, though, to bring in tax cuts at the same time as spending cuts. I haven't ruled that out, all right? I'm just saying we will do this the right way round. The crucial thing is absolutely crucial thing is to raise the threshold at which people start paying tax. That is the single most important tax that needs to be changed because we've got to change this relationship between being on benefits and being at work. You know, and I've met people on my doorsteps that would love to go back to full-time work, but as soon as they start to get a job and they work more than 16 hours, they lose all their benefits and they're worse off working than they are on benefits. So look, you know, we've argued for a long, long time. We'd love to get this up to £20,000 a year to give people a real incentive to get back to work. Well, somebody at the OBR should carry the can. I mean, after all the leaks that we had, I thought what happened today was truly astonishing. Zia called it an omni-shambles. I think he's wrong. It's a total shambles. Let's go to Antonello from La Repubblica.
Antonio from La Repubblica. Thank you, Mr. Farage. Talking about government spending, former generals and defence figures are asking the UK government to increase funding for defence, given the threat from Russia. If you were Prime Minister, would you increase defence spending in this country, and if so, by how much of the GDP? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, look, there is no doubt that Putin is becoming more dangerous with every month that goes by. No doubt about that. You know, I think Donald Trump really thought he could get him early to the table to have a rational discussion, and it's proved a very, very difficult thing to do. I'm also deeply concerned about China, and I don't necessarily mean that in the sense of conventional warfare, but I do think in terms of cyber warfare, in terms of hacking, in terms of all these things, you know, the nature of warfare is changing. All I do know is that we need to have significant investment in drones. Drones are going to, you know, they are rather like the tank was in 1917. Drones are going to be here to stay. And I'm not sure, and we actually talked about this over the weekend, didn't we? I'm not actually sure that in terms of procurement, we're looking in quite the right directions or thinking the right way. Thoughts on that, Zia?
Yeah, look, if you speak to, any of you in the media can go to speak to people in the military, either serving or recently finished serving, and ask them, what would happen to Britain if a threat actor of the level of, say, Iran, let alone China, came at us with everything they've got with drones. How long would Britain be able to defend any of our key infrastructure? And it is not very long at all. We basically have no drone stocks, sadly. So I think Nigel's right. I think, Britain... We need to look at what Britain is procuring. Yes, we need to spend more. Actually, it was Reform talking about increasing defence spending as a percentage of GDP long before, for example, Labour were. But the key point is the country needs more money. We need to actually grow the economy. And there's no sign of that happening at the moment.
No. Enjoy the Rachel Reeves press conference at 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you. £300, and bills are set to rise in January and again in April. £150 of energy bills, Madam Deputy Speaker, will still leave the Labour Party in debt of £87 per year on their commitment at the election. And Labour's... give way in a second. The SNP did Labour's job for them with a budget proposal that involved a surcharge on banks that would have created that £300 discount for bill payers, just like Labour promised. I'm very happy to give way to the honourable member if you can tell me when Labour's going to come good on the promise.
Thank you. I do thank him for giving way. Of course, if he takes the time to read our manifesto, which we were elected on in Scotland, that promise was to be met at the end of this Parliament. So we're actually ahead of schedule. And I'm sure he welcomes that, just like he welcomes the extra 500 million cash terms, extra 500 million in cash, extra 300 million in capital going to Scotland, and a commitment to above inflation budget rises up to 2029. Fantastic, Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't it?
Wow, Deputy.
I'm sure the public will be delighted to hear Labour's never, never promise on energy bills, that unlike him, I don't exist on my knees waiting to get patted on the head by Labour ministers on the front bench. I'm off my knees, and the consequentials that we get, the consequentials we get in Scotland are a consequence not of largesse by the Labour Party, but of the taxes that Scottish enterprise creates within this so-called United Kingdom. Nothing here, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the energy profits levy, which is putting North Sea oil and gas into an early grave. As things stand, 42% of firms in the North Sea oil and gas sector forecast revenues for 2026 expected to come out from outside the UK's continental shelf. An analysis earlier this month from the Fraser of Islander Institute showed that the industry is undergoing an accelerated decline. In my view, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a direct result of this Labour government who don't understand energy or the economy. This is Scotland's reality within the so-called union. Our future and our natural endowments decided upon by Westminster ministers rather than the people of Scotland. It must really stick in the craw, especially of Scottish MPs, when they come down here to toe the party line and see the difference that Scotland has had under the SNP since 2000.
2007. SNP GDP in Scotland per person has grown by 10.2% compared to 6.8% in the UK. Productivity has grown in Scotland at a rate of 0.9% per year compared to 0.3% per year in the UK. And Scotland attracted 135 foreign direct investment projects in 2024, maintaining our position as the top performing part of the UK in that regard. They're not so keen on the facts. And Scottish Labour MPs jump up and down about the new minimum wage, despite the fact that their constituents and mine are already on more than that as a result of the Scottish living wage at £13.45. And there was little today to suggest that Labour grasps the severity of the cost of living crisis, which for many people feels endless. Inflation has almost doubled under Labour, and food prices are up a staggering 37% over the last 5 years. People are rightly asking, what is going to sort this? Well, I can assure them it's not Labour. And on the two-child cap, I'm very pleased to see that it's gone and taken with it the appalling rate clause. It's just a shame that all the Labour MPs that were cheering the Chancellor when she announced that today didn't vote with the SNP in September 2024 when we tried to get that removed in our motion. Rank hypocrisy. Businesses in the last year are now in the position of surviving, trying to survive this Labour government rather than trying to thrive and invest. Businesses know that this Chancellor doesn't understand business. Family-owned businesses feel this most acutely, and farm businesses know that the Labour Party is out to get them. Today's announcements will not repair the damage to the reality that exists for many businesses, and it's already too late for some. Whisky duty going up again, Madam Deputy Speaker. The SWA said hiking duty today for the third time in 2 years limits Scotch whisky's ability to generate growth and will have a direct consequence for investment and for jobs. This Chancellor has run out of road with businesses across these aisles. Last year, after 40 billion of tax rises, most of that on jobs, she promised that she's not coming back with more borrowing or more taxes. This government has taken the hard decisions as a result, and we won't have to do a budget like this again. 12 months later, here we are again. Another round of tax rises, and let me make a prediction. 12 months from now, we'll be back here once more, albeit with a different Chancellor. Today's budget supports the view taxes are up, borrowing's up, cost of living is up, cost of energy is up, and spending is up, but growth is down. The central, let me remind the House, aim of the Chancellor. Scotland deserves better than this Westminster version of Groundhog Day, and fortunately, the people of Scotland will be in a position to choose that in May's elections. Thank you.
Catherine McKinnell. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would normally extend the courtesy of saying it's an honour to follow the honourable gentleman, but I have to say that speech was all a bit dreek. And I've reflected hard on this budget, as it's the first since I left my role in the government as Minister for School Standards, and as the first Labour Minister for 14 years, focusing relentlessly on more teachers in classrooms, more support for struggling schools, pay rises that teachers deserve, an inclusive school system, and curriculum reform to transform the life chances of every child. And believe me, I would have given anything to have found a few million, or indeed a few billion, behind the government sofa if there were the chance to making some of those decisions. And I suspect the Chancellor knows exactly how that feels over the last few weeks. But that is one of the reasons why I've now joined the Public Accounts Committee, scrutinising public spending, drawing on those experiences of making those tough decisions in government about how we spend the public's money. And I've really enjoyed the deep dives we've done, examining how public services are delivered, where schemes fail, making sure lessons are learned, and making sure we spend every pound the best way possible. And just last week we looked at clerical negligence, an area with a staggering £60 billion of public accumulated liabilities. And we have a golden opportunity to cut those costs and deliver better care at the same time. So I would encourage the Chancellor to read our report when it lands, because it might come in handy for next year's budget. And in the meantime, I also wanted to thank the Chancellor for her comments on the... Oh, I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for taking an intervention. I wonder whether she would agree with me that the cost of clinical negligence claims in maternity services is now greater than the cost of maternity services.
I absolutely share those concerns, and I know the Right Honourable Member for Godalming and Ash is also very keen. So I think we have cross-party interest across the House in making better use of these resources. I also wanted to thank the Chancellor for her comments in relation to the infected blood contamination scheme, which is proudly delivered from my constituency in Newcastle North. And I know the team there are incredibly proud of the work that they are doing, and they will be proud of the announcement the Chancellor made today. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, working people in Newcastle are really feeling worn down by the cost of living. We know everybody is feeling the squeeze. It's relentless and it's grinding. And I know the Chancellor knows that too and has sought to deliver in this budget on that promise of a better life for a hard day's work. And I see there are many measures in this budget that will deliver on that. The freeze in rail fares, the extending of the bus fare cap, the measures on fuel duty, frozen prescription charges and household energy bills cut. And I also know that the Chancellor cares deeply about children trapped in poverty and too often in families that are working hard and doing their best. And I saw those stories firsthand on the government's Child Poverty Task Force. The driving force behind the crisis is the two-child limit. In the North East alone, we see tens of thousands of children living in poverty that will be lifted out of that by the announcement today. It is both economically foolish and morally wrong. It's why charities and businesses in the North East have been calling for it to be scrapped, because poverty comes at a price. It comes at a price in NHS bills, in educational failure and in wasted potential. So I strongly welcome the Chancellor's decision to scrap the limit today. I'm afraid I can't give way because the time will keep running. But this is just a start, and it has to be in the context of wider welfare reforms that make sure that every child grows up in a home where work pays and where families can thrive. And that mention of home brings me to council tax. In Newcastle, it's felt as a deep-rooted inequality, because I looked up just yesterday 2 properties for sale. A lovely 5-bedroom house in Newcastle Great Park, £420,000 for 1,600 square foot, and a Grade 2 listed former church in Knightsbridge, 7 bedrooms, 12,000 square foot, and a swimming pool, and selling for £35 million. And if I ask my constituents who should pay more council tax, it's pretty obvious what the answer would be. Yet incredibly, my constituents will pay £75 more in council tax than that household in Knightsbridge. So I do welcome the announcement the Chancellor made today, but I would also urge the Exchequer Secretary to go further and review council tax bands, and especially how new properties in all the new estates we have growing around the country are assessed. And I also want to turn briefly to the new powers for mayors on overnight stay levies. Of course, people flock to the North East for very good reason. History, culture, stunning coastlines, and the friendliest people you will ever meet. And it's only fair that tourists help fund that infrastructure that they use and enjoy when they stay. So I understand why mayors welcome this power and want to decide that at a local level. So it's not just set in London, but in every region, according to what works. But that levy has to be proportionate and not unfairly hit knock-on small businesses, because if they go under, we lose jobs, we lose vibrancy, we lose what makes the North East special. The hospitality sector is under incredible pressure, and I know they are busting a gut to turn a profit, and every cost could be the one that breaks them. So while I really welcome the higher wages in this budget, we do have to also listen to some of the concerns raised by the Resolution Foundation, that we don't want to discourage businesses from hiring, and especially not those young people that want to get that first job on the ladder. And finally, on electric vehicles, I do appreciate the changes that have been announced on pay per mile, but the affordability of electric vehicles remains a barrier to some who do want to buy one and they do want to do the right thing, and many workers do have access to salary sacrifice schemes to help make that switch. However, teachers in academy schools are still unable to access the scheme, and because it was put on pause by the Treasury. So I wanted to take this opportunity to make a plea whether the Treasury can sort this impasse out once and for all, because it really is a win-win for teachers and for the electric car scheme itself. So to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the goal is clear: a country where hard work pays, where the cost of living is brought back under control, where public services thrive and child poverty is history. Every pound of public money matters because we know that has the potential to transform lives, and that's what people rightly expect of this government, and I know that is the future that the Chancellor is working to deliver and why she has announced this budget today.
Gentleman Swain.
Deputy Speaker, I congratulate the Honourable Lady, the member for Newcastle on Tyne. She caught my eye earlier. She was cheering the Chancellor with such enthusiasm, even more so than her colleagues who were making a pretty good fist of it. I recall cheering a Chancellor during a budget speech.
You get a job.
And then, notwithstanding the misgivings that I had, nevertheless, I cheered with gusto. And then somewhat later, I found myself on a train to Oxford to defend the government in the annual union debate of no confidence, and received the news on the train that the Chancellor I had been cheering had been sacked. Not a particularly good wicket to go out to bat on. But I'm confident that those honourable members who cheered today will fare no better. Because the economy is still reeling from the last budget that the Chancellor delivered, with her wholesale assault on enterprise, on family undertakings, on initiative, and on every employer in the land. But in fact, business confidence had collapsed significantly before that budget. It had collapsed in the summer when the government warned everyone that things were so bad that they were going to have to get very, very much worse. And as a consequence, we discovered later, when the budget was delivered, that things were even worse than we had imagined. But then the government announced after that budget that they'd stabilised the economy. It was over. They weren't coming back for any more. And they trumpeted throughout the last year the fact that we had the highest growth rate in the G7. Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what they inherited. But as their monstrous regiment has proceeded, the reality is that that growth rate has become more and more anemic. There's no getting away from the fact that last month the economy shrank. And then this summer, they repeated the same mistake. All we got throughout the summer was horror story after horror story of kites being flown, of ghastly taxes that might be imposed upon us. Most unwelcome for businesses planning investment and for anyone planning to take on workers. These interventions move some markets and make others absolutely sclerotic. It's a disaster. And when I challenged the Chief Secretary last week with the example of Hugh Dalton, who properly resigned over a budget leak, I was astounded that the Chief Secretary admitted at the dispatch box that he had no idea what I was talking about. Isn't that extraordinary? And against this background, there's always that chilling presence of the huge increase in trade union power that is part of the bill that is currently before Parliament. But their anti-growth agenda is only half the story. The other half of the problem, I thought, was excellently expounded by the father of the House. The reality is that the government's bloated expenditure plans have overshot by 4%. And we have this enormous growing benefits bill. The disaster was that the government withdrew from its attempts to provide some modest restraint in the growth of that bill. And as my right honourable friend says, we now face a bill running annually at £300 billion, £212 billion of which is for economic activity, for people who are under no obligation to work. 4.3 million people, growing at a rate of 130,000 per month. It is completely unsustainable. And it's to be paid for. It's to be paid for by increasing taxes. Taxes that disproportionately attack those people who are already contributing the most. The entrepreneurs, the investors, the very people who can take their investment, their vision, their skills, their employment elsewhere to where the business environment is rather more friendly. And they're doing it in droves, and they're doing it to such an extent that even the business secretary has remarked on it and spotted it. We are facing a situation increasingly where there will be fewer and fewer people able to pay for the bills of this increasing burden of people who are economically inactive. So as I reflect on the fact that as we approach this, I do wish the honourable gentleman would be quiet. He's insufferable. As we approach government activity accounting for 45% of the economy, I always thought that, no, I'm not going to give way, I've reached my peroration. I always thought that the result would be the totalitarian hand clenched in anger. Actually, and I read, the road to serfdom. Actually, it's turned out very, very different. It's not the totalitarian hand clenched in anger. It's his hand open, dishing out largesse. It's turned out not to be so much the road to serfdom as the road to penury.
Cat Smith. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, follow that.
Hello, hi, hello again. Hello, nice to see you again. Nice to see you again. Where's Laura? Oh. Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. And I delivered my budget earlier today, and it was a budget to cut the cost of living, to cut the debt and borrowing, and crucially to cut NHS waiting lists. And that's why I'm really pleased to be here this afternoon with people that make that happen, the nurses, the doctors, all the staff here at the hospital. And I want to say a big thank you to everything that you do. And I know that Kia and Wes said it to you earlier, but you know, you really are an inspiration, and to be able to come and see where that money is going is really, really important to me as we put the money into those new neighbourhood health centres and the new technology to use in the NHS to support patients, but also give you the tools that you need to do their job. I think we're going to take a few questions now from the media. Gemma, a few months ago, I promised that Look North would get the first question post-budget, and I'm going to deliver on my word, Gemma. So I'll talk directly to the people of West Yorkshire, especially Leeds.
Yes, well, it's good to see you keep a promise, Chancellor. I was talking to people on the high street in Pudsey yesterday in your constituency, and it won't surprise you, they are really struggling with the cost of living. They see the price of things go up and up and up, and wages haven't kept pace with it. Businesses are still reeling after the measures in last year's budget, and today extending that freeze on income tax thresholds will really hit working people. So when you're back up north, what will you say to your constituents? Can you look them in the eye and say things are going to get better because of the budget?
So for people in Leeds West and Pudsey and people all around the country, in Yorkshire and beyond, there will be a reduction of £150 in your energy bills from April next year. That is tangible difference, money in the pockets of working people. And in addition to that, we're freezing NHS prescription charges. We're freezing train fares. So if you're getting on the train in Bramley or in New Pudsey, it's going to be a bit cheaper than it would have been next year. And we're doing all of those things because I know that the cost of living is still a real challenge for people, day to day, week to week, month to month. And that's why in this budget, I am taking direct action to tackle the cost of living. But also, if you are being seen at LGI or St James's Hospital or going to your GP surgery in Armley or Bramley, then also people will know that we're putting money into our NHS and those new neighbourhood health centres to take the pressure off the hospitals and have people treated closer to home. Next question, Shihab.
Chancellor, there was a lot of pressure on you and your government in the lead up to this budget. Plenty of backbenchers have expressed frustration and anger. In this budget, you have scrapped the two-child benefit cap, which has meant that some of them are quite happy. Do you think you've done enough to appease all of them?
My focus in the budget is on the country and the people who elected us into government last July. I know that the number one concern for people is the cost of living, which is why we've taken £150 off of people's bills by removing some of those levies and the eco scheme, which has been an utter failure, and using that money to cut people's bills. But I'm just chatting here to some of the nurses and other staff at the hospital. The two-child limit and getting rid of that has a benefit beyond those families, because so many patients who end up in hospital, so many kids who end up in hospital are there because of respiratory conditions, because they may be in poor quality temporary accommodation. The cost to local councils of that, but also the cost to the NHS. And in our schools as well, when I talk to teachers, especially in primary schools, about kids coming into school not ready to learn because of the conditions at home, whether that's a cold house or not enough food to eat. So getting rid of the two-child limit is about addressing child poverty and also reducing some of those costs on other parts of the system, including in our NHS and in our schools. Beth.
Thank you. Chancellor, today you've announced that you're extending the freeze on tax thresholds. It will raise £8.3 billion. In the budget in 2024, you said extending the threshold freeze would hurt working people. It would take more money out of their pay slips. I am keeping every single promise on tax I made in our manifesto. I say to working people, I will not increase your national insurance, I will not increase your VAT, I will not increase your income tax. Today, you've just broken your manifesto pledges and your promise to millions of workers in the budget last year you would not extend the threshold. How in good conscience can you stay on in your job?
In the manifesto, we were very clear. It was the rates of income tax, national insurance and VAT. But I'm not going to get into semantics. I recognise that we are asking people to contribute more by freezing those allowances. They were already frozen by the previous government from 2021 to 2028, and we're freezing them for a further 3 years. And I do recognise that I was asking ordinary people to pay a little bit more, but I've managed to keep that contribution as low as I possibly can by closing loopholes and asking those with the broadest shoulders to pay more. That's why there will be a surcharge on properties worth more than 2 million. It's why we're increasing taxes on savings, dividends and property income, and it's why as well we're getting a grip of some of the waste and inefficiency in the welfare budget by taking luxury cars out of Motability, more face-to-face assessments for disability benefits, so we keep that contribution from working people as low as possible. And this year and in the years going forward, we're taking £150 a year off of people's energy bills for all families, working families and pensioners, and we're able to do that by taking those levies off of people's bills.
Can you just acknowledge you've broken a manifesto pledge? You have. The IFS have said you have.
Well, if you read the manifesto, we're very clear. We say the rates of income tax, national insurance and VAT. But if you're asking, does this have a cost for working people, I acknowledge it does. I said that in the budget last year. I'm not going to pretend otherwise today, but I do think that is the right decision in the circumstances we face. The OBR have today revised down their estimates of productivity and growth by 0.3 percentage points. They say that that will take out £16 billion of tax revenue we would otherwise have brought in. And they are very clear that is not because of any decision that this government has taken in the last 16 months. It is what's happened in the previous 14 years. Brexit, the pandemic, and frankly, the austerity and chaos from the previous government. And we're all having to pay a price to that. And it's my job to make sure that the numbers add up so that we can ensure we grow our economy, keep interest rates falling, and keep inflation down as well. Joe.
Chancellor Joe Pike, BBC News. The income tax threshold freeze will see millions of people paying more tax while at the same time benefits are being increased. Is that really fair to working people? And a second question, if I may, when did you find out that the OBR had unveiled your budget before you had?
So, as I've already said to Beth, I do recognise that freezing the income tax and national insurance thresholds for a further 3 years after the Conservatives froze them for 7 years does mean that we're asking people to pay a little bit more. We're freezing them from 2028 and we are putting money in people's pockets now by taking money off their energy bills. And that is the right thing to do because it helps bring down inflation and helps people now when I know that the cost of living is still a real challenge. And in answer to your question around the OBR publishing my budget before I delivered it, I found out when I was in the chamber. Paul.
Hello, Chancellor. Look, the OBR says that you will take on the £6 billion a year cost for special educational needs, but you provided no explanation as to where this money is going to come from. So a school is going to have to stump up the huge amounts of cash themselves, or will you guarantee that per pupil spending on your watch will not go down?
So for the next 2 years, and I set this out very clearly in the spending review, we've extended the statutory override for local authorities and we absorbed that money in the spending review. Bridget Phillipson, the Secretary of State for Education, is reviewing at the moment SEND. That's not about money, that's about creating a system that actually works for kids, their parents, for schools, and she will set out that the results of that early in the new year. I believe that we should, wherever possible, possible, integrate children into mainstream schools. That's not always possible, but I would like to see that happening more. But it would be up to Bridget to set out those reforms. But as I say, we have extended the statutory override for the next 2 years, and we put more money into the schools budget in the spending review just before the summer. Lewis from ITV Digital.
Hello, Chancellor. You are raising minimum wage, which sounds like good news, but we've got an unemployment problem in this country. And you are freezing national insurance thresholds for employers. So isn't that just going to stop businesses from hiring people and drive up unemployment?
Well, we've increased the national minimum wage for 18 to 20-year-olds from £10 to £10.85 an hour, and we've increased the main rate of the national living wage from £12.21 to £12.71 an hour, giving a pay rise to, I think, around 2.5 million of the lowest paid people in our country. And that is the right thing to do, because if you go out to work every day, you should be able to pay the bills and put food on the table and pay the rent or the mortgage. But we know that that's still not the reality for many people today, and we're still not paying the minimum wage, and the national living wage is still not the rates of the real living wage that is calculated independently. So I think it's the right thing to do, to increase those rates, to put more money in people's pockets. And actually the biggest concern, I think, for businesses is that consumers don't have enough money in their pockets, and so they're not spending on the discretionary things, whether that's a meal out, a night out, a weekend away with the family, or spending in the local high street and the local shops. So putting more money in the pockets of working people, I think, is good economic policy, as well as the right thing to do by some of the poorest people in our country. I'll take a couple more questions. Ryan?
Chancellor, you said that you wouldn't increase taxes on working people, but we know today that the benefits bill up by £9 billion, asylum accommodation costs also up. Are working people, like the people stood behind you, are they paying the price for your failure to deal with particularly the benefits bill?
We're not going to leave the welfare system unchanged. Under the previous government, in the last 5 years of the Conservative government, spending on welfare increased by 1 percentage point of GDP, equivalent to £88 billion. The OBR, I think, in their forecast showed that as a share of GDP, welfare spending will be broadly flat, but the system's not working, it's broken. I made some reforms today so that if you live abroad, you can't pay nominal amounts of money to access the state pension, more face-to-face assessments for disability benefits, which Mel Stride, when he was Work and Pension Secretary, got rid of, reforming Motability so it meets its original purpose of affordable leases for disabled people, not subsidising Mercedes-Benz. And so those sorts of changes are the right things to do. But we also today have introduced funding for the Youth Guarantee, which means that a young person will be guaranteed either a place at college, an apprenticeship or personalised support. And if after 18 months they haven't got into work, they will be guaranteed a job but not benefits. And that, again, is an important reform to help deal with the issue of too many young people not in education, employment or training. And on welfare, you know, we've already managed to claw back money from the contract signed by the previous Tory government, and I think we've managed to claw back something like £70 million, and we're going to phase out the use of hotels entirely during the course of this Parliament, saving us money, and that was reflected in the spending review settlement in the summer. So, look, we do want to create a welfare system that is actually working, supporting the most vulnerable and empowering people to get back into work, and I want a welfare system that is fair and stops the illegal trafficking of people into this country. Sophie?
Yes, thank you. Sophie Huskisson from The Mirror. Unison Union have said that freezing income tax thresholds does the opposite of putting more money in working people's pockets. Do you admit that you could have been braver in targeting the wealthiest in Britain?
So, as I've said, I do recognise that we are asking everyone to make a contribution for the security of our country and the brightness of its future. I said that in the speech today, and I also said in the speech today that I'm not going to pretend that that is not asking for a contribution. The Tories, when they were in office, froze the thresholds and said nothing to see here. I'm being open and honest that that is, from 2028, freezing thresholds for a bit longer, and that does have a cost. But we're putting money now now in the pockets of working people, with £150 off their bills, money off of rail fares, of frozen prescription charges, as well as fully funding the childcare offer of 30 hours of free childcare for preschool children, more free school meals for 500,000 kids whose parents are on universal credit, rolling out universal breakfast clubs at all primary schools. All these things about putting money in the pockets of ordinary working people, as well as the increases in the national minimum wage and the national living wage that I've set out today. But look, you can see the distribution analysis tables in the budget documentation that came out today. This is a highly progressive budget. The biggest winners are those on the lowest incomes, and those who were asking to pay more are those with the broadest shoulders, those who have properties worth more than £2 million. The landlord who pays less tax than their tenant. Those are the right things to do, and they're progressive reforms. And because of that, we've managed to keep the contribution from working people as low as possible. Dan, from Politico.
Hello, Chancellor. A lot of the tax rises that more than half of the income to the Treasury from the tax rises you've announced today actually takes effect, sort of comes in after the next general election in sort of 2030, 2031. Do you think it's credible to suggest that this will definitely happen? And given things are so volatile in politics, will you still be Chancellor then?
I don't think anything comes in that late, actually. So the freezes are 28, 29 onwards. The council tax surcharge comes in a couple of years' time, as does the other changes. So these are all coming in within this Parliament. When you're making tax reform, it's often not possible to change those rates overnight. And of course, the thresholds are towards the end of the Parliament because the Tories already froze them. But we're also making savings right now through getting rid of things like police and crime commissioners, reducing the cost of local government with fewer councillors, as well as selling land that the government no longer has a need for. So there are savings we're making right now, as well as asking public services to make efficiency savings worth a further 0.5% from 28-29. So these are, and what you see actually in the forecast is the deficit coming down every single year, because I think it is important to show that we are consolidating. We're not going to be spending more than we can afford, and the IMF, I believe, have confirmed that we have the fastest rate of consolidation of our public finances of any country in the G7. I'm afraid I can do one more. Thank you, Phoebe. She's the real boss. Yeah.
Anna Mihailova, Times Radio. A year ago, after a big tax-raising budget, you said you would not be coming back for more taxes. You've just announced £26 billion worth of tax rises, including dragging hundreds of thousands of people into basic rate income tax, nearly 1 million people into higher rate tax. Can you now tell people, reassure people, you will not be back for more?
Well, look, last year I had to fill the £22 billion black hole in the public finances left by the Conservatives. What we didn't know then, as well as that black hole in the public finances, that actually productivity growth was weaker than the Office of Budget Responsibility then forecast. They've been really clear in their documentation today, available before the budget, that productivity forecast based on the past is now expected to be 0.3 percentage points lower a year. That hits growth to the same amount and reduces tax revenues by £16 billion a year. And although I believe that we can beat those forecasts, we've beat them this year. The OBR said the economy was going to grow by 1% this year. We've grown it by 1.5%. And I'm determined we'll beat the forecasts again. The Conservatives' legacy is not our country's destiny, but we also all know, because we've experienced it just 3 years ago, that if you ignore the forecasts, you pay a huge price in the cost of government borrowing, and then by implication the cost of borrowing for ordinary families through their mortgages. We've had 5 cuts in interest rates since I became Chancellor of the Exchequer, taking an average of £1,200 off a new mortgage. I am not going to risk the instability that we had under the Conservatives with our public finances or family finances, and that's why I have asked people to pay more. I can't write future budgets, but if you are asking, is this a budget I wanted to deliver today? Well, I would have rather the circumstances were different, but as Chancellor, I don't get to choose my inheritance, and I have to live in the world as it is, not the one that I might like it to be. And I believe that I made the fair and the necessary choices given the fiscal circumstances. I'm afraid that's all that I'm sorry. I think that's all that we've got time for this afternoon. But thank you very much, everybody, for coming along, and thank you particularly for the staff here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right.